Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole for the Sunshine Coast Regional District of Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. We're officially in summer now, and we've actually got some summer weather out there, so there's some happy people around. Our apologies for starting just a little bit on the later side with just a couple of technical difficulties here in the boardroom this morning, but we are ready to go. And I would like to acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District operates on the traditional territories of the Seashelt and the Squamish First Nations, and we're very grateful to be here. We have a lengthy agenda in front of us today. Before we adopt that agenda, I'm just going to ask if there are any additions, subtractions, etc. Director McMahon. Director Beamish, if you could put your camera on, please.
Yes, I have an addition to the agenda. I'd like to add under new business, corporate greenhouse gas emissions target.
Okay, so under new business, corporate greenhouse gas emissions target, did you say? Perfect. All right. Anything else? Okay, I will ask for a motion to adopt this amended agenda, please. So moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you, motion carries. Okay, so first up, we have no presentations and delegations. I'll ask for a motion to receive all reports, including the late report that we for item number 11 that is also in front of us that we received last night and is online as well. If I could get a motion, thank you, and seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. And sorry, we got Director Beamish in here now too. Perfect. Excellent.
Our council chambers now. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, we do have Director Beamish in the boardroom and officially, even though he wasn't quite here. Yeah, he's here now. Okay, so first up, sorry, I'm going to apologize now because I'm giggly, so it's going to be a giggly Lori day. Sorry, Donna. First up, Annex A on our agenda, number 2, the Sunshine Coast Regional District Corporate Annual Report. Our General Manager, Corporate Services, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Perot, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. So it's my pleasure to present the 2021 Sunshine Coast Regional District Corporate Annual Report, and it goes without mentioning that our communications and engagement team, as well as all of the management team, made a significant contribution to this version, as they do each year. So I think this is a very fulsome report that we have this year, in such that we've updated several statistics, including some of the census stats on page 7 of the annual report, as were available at the time of publication and printing. And we've also included the financial statements, which were all adopted as part of the audit report in April, and the statement of financial information. This particular report will be published on the SCRD website and submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association International as part of the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting. So we'll take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, CFO. And once again, I love this report. It's lengthy reading, but it's well presented, it's clean, it's easy to read, so thank you very much for that to all staff for making that happen. Directors, any questions for the CFO or comments, or Director Hiltz?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and yeah, terrific report. It's like next to audit season, it's one of my favorite seasons, is the annual report season. So you mentioned the census and the 2021 census, and I was just wondering, that will come out in the next annual report. So does staff do anything to analyze the census report? Because this is about the only place that's sort of presented in a public format. So is that part of staff's job, I guess? Thanks.
CFO, over to you.
There are various aspects where census information is updated, whether it's in relative bylaw implications or funding applications, because there are certain funding that's applied based on population apportionment. There are certain statistics within the statistical section, both in the budget book as well as the annual report, that will update. I do believe, and our, well, perhaps our GM of planning may comment as far as what the applications are from the building inspection or planning side of the house, but I do know that they are distributed and are applied where applicable.
Anything else, Director Hiltz?
Nope, that's,
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you very much, CFO. I see no more questions on this, so looking forward to hopefully getting another award. Oh, sorry, Director Seegers.
Sorry, it was, I'm looking at the page, it's got Cecil Indian Government District and Town of Gibson's pages 32 and 33, and both indicate 335 dwellings. That might be an error in Gibson's. I think you have more than 335 houses. And the population, yeah, the Town of Gibson's, data needs to be corrected there. Sorry.
We will definitely update that.
If that keeps us out of policing for another 25 years,
Yeah.
we'll take it.
Director Beamish just says, if that keeps us out of policing for the next 25 years, we'll keep it. Thanks.
There we go. So we do have a motion on page 1, or a recommendation, I should say, that the 2021 annual report be approved for distribution. So I guess with those edits, as amended. Okay, so moved Director Seegers, seconded Director McMahon. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That carries. And thank you very much again, CFO. Next up, we have Annex B, number 3 on your agenda, the financial planning policy draft. This is, so Annex B in your packages, page 2 to 11. Once again, our Chief Financial Officer, Tina Perot, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the financial planning policy was presented as a possibility as part of the 2022 budget debrief. And so here in front of you is a draft policy for consideration. The purpose of the financial planning policy is to provide some transparency both to the public, to the board, and as well to staff, to try to outline what our financial planning procedures are and the steps that we take as part of mostly the budgeting process, but it also includes other aspects of our planning procedure. Included in the policy outlines some of those various steps that lead into our financial planning decisions, and that is the table included in page or number 2 and 3 of the particular policy, and page 5 and 6 of the agenda. So things like the strategic plan, our asset management policies, our related financial policies, as well as our service planning that also lead into our financial planning processes. So things like how we establish specific rates or fees for the regional district are also contemplated as part of our financial planning process. So we didn't want this policy just to strictly focus on our budgeting process. So included in here are other terms and conditions, and we wanted to make sure that they started to match other related policies. So namely the asset management policy that's included in this particular agenda. So things like levels of service and trying to define those for the board, public, and staff. We also wanted to not be redundant with other policies, such as our financial sustainability policy. So we tried to add some clarity in our financial planning policy that would help clarify some things as far as certain steps in the financial planning process, such as how fees and charges are established, how borrowing is used, how reserves are used, etc. So we also wanted to articulate the various steps and cycles in our financial planning process, and namely how variance reports are done in the organization. And we also recognize that this policy is, as our first iteration, will likely evolve through the years as the SCRD matures through its various procedures through the organization as more policies and procedures gets developed. So I will leave it at that and take any questions if there are any from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. So we will start with Director Seekers, please, and then Director McMahon.
Thank you. On page 5 and 6, you have the table. And I notice there's X's in, but when I was actually looking at this, I was wondering, how did you determine those? Because, I'll give you an example. If you look at setting rates, that's involved in capital asset management planning as well, but it doesn't have an X there. So how did you determine, because they're so intertwined, which ones you would say, yes, it's impacted by this, and which ones not? It's got to be some more fine-tuning information that you have.
So that's an interesting question, Chair, because we did debate that internally as far as whether or not capital planning is the only determination with rate setting. And I think it is one of the factors in rate setting, but it isn't the main driver in rate setting. And so that's what we're trying to ensure we articulate is when we look at rate setting, that we're not just looking at the capital renewal, because mostly, as you recall, what we're trying to do is delineate between the user fees of a service and the capital renewal. So that's typically through our utilities, our parcel tax drivers. So that would be a little bit different for community recreation, our police, or our, not our policing, but our protective services divisions. And so it is up for debate. We wanted to delineate it such that people didn't assume that it was the main driver for the rate setting. So I think that was why we didn't put it in there, but it could lead into, so, all aspects lead into our user fees, really. It's just about how you fund the service. And again, we don't have very clear policies and directions on things like recovery rates, as an example. So those are things that, like I said, as we mature and evolve through organization, this particular policy most certainly will as well. So maybe that's where a check mark could be included now and would be refined later on.
Okay, follow up? Oh, okay, perfect. Director McMahon, and then back to Director Seekers.
Yep, great to see this, having financial policies written down and everything is great. I seem to be getting some feedback, and I don't know. Oh, no? All right. I just echo a bit, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an echo, but I'm not quite sure why or how.
All right.
So
fine. As long as I'm understandable, then that's great. So I was just going to say that the province, through the Clean BC roadmap, has set a target that they are asking all the municipalities and local governments to achieve, which is 50% GHG emissions reduction by 2030 and 100% by 2050. That's a challenging target, and if we're going to get there, and it's only 8 years away for the 2030 target, then it has to be reflected in all of our policies. And so I would suggest, for instance, that on page 6 under guiding principles, that, trying to juggle several devices here, that we would consider adding an H, considers the SCRD's corporate and community emissions goals for GHG emissions, as an example. And on page 7, under 4.4 cost of services, projected cost of services should include GHG emissions. We're making a lot of decisions about new infrastructure without considering either the GHG emissions associated with building things, or the embedded emissions, or the ongoing emissions from operating them. I have a couple more, but I'll stop right there for the moment.
Okay. CFO, as a response?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Most certainly, there was a lot of discussion about our things like GHG and really where we wanted to sit as far as even things like social equity. So that's an area where we felt we're starting to develop those particular policies. So we don't actually have any specific targets other than the ones maybe mandated by us. So most certainly that's something we could add, but I would suggest a friendly amendment. And that would be not to just narrowly focus on our environmental goals, but also our social. So one of the things that many organizations are focusing on, and I do want to stipulate that most certainly it has become sort of a buzzword, and that's our ESG, and where it's environmental, social, and governance goals. And so a lot of local governments are focusing on establishing ESG targets, and that's where our climate and emissions reduction targets would be specified and how we articulate those in all aspects of the organization, both from a reductions perspective, a target, and how we do things. But it also contemplates things like social equity lenses. So correlated policy would be our social procurement policy that we already have, and things like living wage, etc. So those types of things, I think if we want to start to head down that path in this particular iteration of the policy, I would want to focus more on just climate and emissions and elaborate on it, and or have various sections to make those various aspects explicit. So for consideration, I know that a lot of the things in the strategic plan do focus on GHG reduction. So maybe that makes the most sense for this iteration. So that's okay. I just that would be something that definitely for the future board, the SLT is talking about, something to contemplate for the future for the SCRD.
CFO, could you repeat what ESG is? The audio just clicked out a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, it's environmental, social, and governance. And so you'll hear a lot of things like ESG investment, and through anyone who has been attending any local government conference, the Municipal Finance Authority, especially from an investment perspective, there's a lot of discussion about what that looks like in government. So that is what things like social procurement policies, living wage policies, climate targets, but also things like reconciliation and governance structures of how we govern in the public. So it's something to contemplate. If you haven't, I do hope we can evolve this going forward, but definitely it's more than just our GHG reductions. It's that's one aspect, but definitely very important for sure.
Director McMahon, do you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, it's helpful if there are like documents we can reference, like the Clean BC Roadmap sets out very clear targets for GHG emissions. I don't know if there's similar documents that would help us, with social, well, we have social procurement, but some of the other social and governance goals.
So I guess the question to consider as we're continuing to discuss this is if we want to include that in this iteration of the policy, or if we, or if you'd like to, if anyone can think of additional wording other than what Director McMahon has already suggested as we go through this, or whether or not we want to pass as is and maybe edit later, just so that we have have something on the go. I'll continue through the speakers list as that is contemplated. So I have Director Seegers and then Director Hiltz.
Thank you. Item 4.6A. I believe this ties into timing of when we do budgets, etc. But 4.6A indicates that fees and charges form a material part of the budgeted revenues. Yes. Fees and charges bylaw amendments must be completed prior to the commencement of the budget process or as defined by bylaw. So what I've noticed in our budgeting process is we set our fees and charges bylaw, we pass those, And then we come to the budget and we look at what we're going to spend those fees and charges, the revenue that we get from those on, and it actually limits what we can do inside of there because we've already determined how much we're going to receive. So is there a way to make a modification to allow us to do the budget work before we have to set the fees and charges?
CFO?
So glad you asked that question. Thank you. So there was a lot of discussion about this as well. And I think what we are trying to do, and especially the financial sustainability policy outlines some of the concepts to this. And what it is we don't want to chase budget proposals dictating what the fees and charges should be. What we're trying to do is establish what the sustainable service, so financially, what do we anticipate needing to deliver that service or over a period of time, both short and long-term needs, both from a capital and operational standpoint, what the financial requirements are for that particular service. So I'm in my office right now. We have a nice little chart here. And so what it depicts is that what we are trying to do is not create these peaks and valleys. And that's what the financial sustainability policy talks to. What we're trying to do is establish a gradual increase to our fees and charges. And that is what we're trying to accomplish with setting rates that factor in what our future needs are going to be. So having some forethought as to what the budget proposals are going to be this year, but what are they going to be next year and the year after? So, and also, how do I see funding those particular budget proposals? Will it be fees and charges, or are there other sources of revenue? So one of the aspects in our financial sustainability policy is that we have rate stabilization accounts, and that's typically what we have as our operating reserves. And so what we would see is very similar to what we did with refuse collection is we set a 3-year target. We saw that there would be some operational reserves built up, but those could offset future contract costs in the future and any unforeseen reductions. So I think that's where we're trying to lead to. And we were actually a little more prescriptive in the first iteration of the policy, where we wanted to say that by October 31st, we would be finished. What we're also trying to do is not to have multiple rate and fee bylaws that happen all throughout the year. We want them that they're correlated to something and that it's really clearly understood what they're for. For instance, for landfill, we've had multiple rate changes in 1 year. So I think that's what we're trying to lead to. It will be an iterative process because we aren't quite there yet for many of our services. So that is, I think, what we're trying to get to as best as possible.
Yep, go ahead, Director Seegers.
So I understand that. So what you're saying is this is an aspirational goal. It's not necessarily what we're going to be doing, or are we going to be actually setting the rates and fees? And an example was this past year where we set the rates and fees for some of the wastewater plants. We didn't have all of the asset management information, and we had to come back and change some of them. So I know we're not there with all of the different asset classes. But this statement is saying we're actually going to set those fees even though we may not have that information. At least that's how I read it.
It will take some time to get there. So aspirational for some services, but definitely something that's clear to staff and to the public that that's something we're reaching to.
Okay. Thank you, Director Hiltz, and then Director McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would say this is a challenging policy to write. All the different terminology and even between and kind of aligning all the various policies. So one of the things that I'm wondering about is you look to standards, and the highest international standard is the International Standards for Asset Management, which defines these things. So have staff just considered using that language and dropping it into the policies rather than kind of adapting our own language or asset management BCs. So you go to the highest level, everyone says that's the one we agree on, and you plop it into the policy. So is that something staff have considered? Thanks.
Go ahead, CFO.
Yes, so the short answer is yes. We have all, whether it's the subsequent policy for asset management, we have, since the inception of really instituting asset management, we have referred to the ISO standards. ISO standards are written for very large organizations, both industrial, it depends what ISO standard you're talking about. So there are various ones depending on what sector you are. So the best practices out of the ISO standards are definitely what the FCM and Asset Management BC, as well as GFOA, have taken and have tailored those to local government applications. So those particular entities, we look at their best practices and their guiding principles and white papers associated with those particular standards. So I definitely leaned a lot on the GFOA International's white papers on best practices for long-term financial planning. So same thing with our asset management policy. So those are reflected. And what we wanted to ensure is that it was simplified to local government terms and it was more applicable to local government terms. And many of the same words, so are just spun to local government terms. They're a little more technical in ISO standards.
Certainly a follow-up, Director
So a follow-up, so like the GFO standard could be one of the reference documents in the, what is it, section 6, the very last in the policy to direct people to where we're going. So not only internal policy, but the external guiding best practices documents, that could be a place where that could be inserted then?
It could, however, some of the applications are only available for members. So if we did give that information, those publications, you have to purchase them. So that's why we hazard putting those types of things in there. I think even ISO standards, yeah, you can access them, but some of the technical manuals that guide some of that, you do have to purchase.
Okay, Director McMahon and then Director Seegers.
Okay, I'm trying the other mic to see if it works better. And it does. Excellent. Yay.
So you're the problem. Sorry.
No, the mic was the problem. Right. Anyway, I'll come back to the other issues about climate, but 4.10, we have establishment of new services. Should we also have 4.11, dissolution of services?
Go ahead, CFO.
I think assuming that we're going to dissolve a service on a regular basis, I would not advise for that. We have provided specific reports, but I think that is quite uncommon for a regional district. So I don't know if I would put it more of a rule versus a very, very large exception. So I would not advise of that.
Follow-up, Director McMahon?
This too may change. We only have about 75 services, but I was talking to somebody from another regional district. They have 150. And many of them don't necessarily make any sense anymore, and they're going to have to be reorganized or dissolved. And I realize that the legislation as it stands makes this difficult, but I just flag it as something coming our way, because we can't continue to infinitely grow. It's just not possible. Thanks.
Okay. It's almost something to flag, to add in, but make it more general in nature of maybe a point at some iteration of the policy to just say, in broad terms, dissolution of a service, it will be looked at on a case-by-case basis, just so it's more general and dissolved within guidelines, local government guidelines. But I wouldn't, following the CFO's advice, I don't think we're ready for that edit yet, but I hear what Director McMahon is saying, so maybe something for a future version. Okay, next up, Director Seegers and then Director Hiltz.
Thank you. Before I actually get to mine, I agree with Director McMahon that we should have something in there about dissolution of services. If it's not a conversation we talk about, it's not something we actually contemplate, right? So it just puts it on the radar that, it is a possibility. So I'd agree with putting something like that in. And staff can look at when they'd want to put that in, but I think it's a conversation. And it would actually guide some of the conversation that staff would have when they're looking at all of the functions and the services that we have. They might look at it and say, well, do we ever do anything in this one? And it's just been sitting on the books for 10 years, so maybe that's one we could get rid of. I don't know. It's just a conversation for staff. All right.
Yeah. Oh, well, and I would agree there too, like at least putting it in the policy, even if it's just in a general term, it also gives staff permission to think about it, and the board, the idea that, this can happen, that you don't just have to add, and let the community know too that, yeah, we do look at, because that's one thing that we do hear from our constituents is that you just add and add and add and you don't take anything away. And it's like, well, here's our financial policy and this is what it says. So Director Seegers, you had more, didn't you?
I did. Page 8, under 4.8A. It talks about the term of the debt is determined by the lifespan of the asset and the capacity of the service to pay for the annual debt servicing costs. So I notice in here, I don't see anything, and it may be in the financial policy, but I don't think we've got it there either. But it's a conversation we've talked about during budget when we're looking at borrowing for services, is how is the lifespan of the asset reflected in the borrowing term, right? We've been doing a lot of short-term borrowing for costs that actually are for an asset that has a longer lifespan. So is that something that's being contemplated? If so, where would that show up inside of this? And this is something as well that came up in, was kind of referred to in the conversation with the wastewater treatment people, right? They were looking at, what is the lifespan? What is the borrowing term? It would also indicate that we may need to do more AAPs if the borrowing term was longer. But that's an operational, and it's a policy decision. I don't know if that's being contemplated at this point yet.
CFO, go ahead.
Yes, so most certainly we look to the exception versus the rule again, which is the exception, say, example would be Cooper's Green recent decision to do a short-term borrowing. That most certainly is an exception. But I would say the majority of the time we do match the life cycle of the particular borrowing term to the asset. So for instance, metering, I think originally was contemplated for over 20 years, but we reevaluated and put the amortization term over a 15-year period because that is the life cycle of those particular assets. So equipment financing, we also were looking to do something with our purchase of our fire trucks, where we are going to be doing bundled AAPs, because again, that's where we're actually doing short term when longer term, and that makes more sense for the financial sustainability of the service, meaning we kind of streamline the costs a little bit. I definitely think another factor we'll need to consider as part of this, and this is where you want to be able to have your policies flexible enough that it allows you some flexibility. And where that's going to really hit us is going to be where our interest rates are a lot higher than they have been for over 15 years. So since 2000, well, maybe not quite 15, 14. Since 2008, we've had historically low interest rates. And so we also need to factor that into how that is going to impact the terms and the type of borrowing that we're able to do on a go forward basis. So again, just trying not to be too prescriptive in our policies, but definitely if we want to consider those types of things, and we don't want to also add too much wiggle room in our policies, right? So, because then it's kind of like, what's the point of it? So, I hear you though, and we did struggle with that because we didn't want to be too prescriptive and still allow for some exceptions with this. And in the case of Cooper's, at the start of that, the short-term borrowing made sense because the borrowing initially was supposed to be for the equipment of the facility. Now that equipment has kind of gone off, and that's what was articulated in the report for consideration, to say, look, like another option would be now we're just talking bricks and mortar, and that might make more sense to go longer term, but we kept with the shorter term. And as long as we stay within the short term, we're still legislatively within the bounds of the legislation. So it's not that it's inappropriate, but it's, it's a choice made.
Okay, Director Hiltz, please.
Thanks, Chair. My first comment was on that 4.10, the idea of new services. Yeah, even if the scope of that section was more broadly services, how do you put them in, how do you put them out in the review? So there might be room within that. So just a comment on that. But I'm looking at 5.2. On the board, there's the 3, A, B, and C. And the middle one, setting service levels, is just, if you want a can of worms, that seems to be like, I don't think we really do approve service levels. We approve budgeting through the operating and capital plans, which in turn embeds service levels. So I just kind of, I think it's almost too narrowly defined in that it's service levels, and just the language of service levels is complicated. So I'm just wondering about if there's something else. And then going on to number C, approve the policy. And what I don't see in here is approving the budget as kind of the main thing that the board does under the policy, is approve the operating capital budgets through the 5-year capital plan. So should that be one of the authorities or specified under 5.2 as, approving the funding for both capital and operating budgets? So, because to me, as I'm told, that's one of our biggest roles annually, and embedded in there is all the service levels as we understand them. Thanks.
CFO, did you want to respond, or?
No, I think those are good comments. I think at the start of the policy, we said that it's within the local, within the acts, regulations, and legislation. So in the legislation, it does stipulate the board's responsibilities. So we didn't want to be, we didn't want to duplicate that, but it doesn't, I think that's it could be a good comment in there to explicitly put it in there. That's okay, no harm. And from the service section, yeah, we do have a lot of implied service levels. So indirectly, every decision the board makes related to a service is directly impacting the service level. So whether or not it's, the funding definitely correlates to that, but it's not everything related to that. You may decide to how many times you're going to do something. That may or may not have a financial implication all the time, but it might have a service level implication.
Yep.
So do I hear CFO suggesting that putting something in 5.2 about the approval of the budgets would be an amendment to suggest? And do we?
Yes, we can do that.
Thanks.
Okay. Director McMahon, I'm going to go to Director Lee first because he hasn't had a chance to speak, and then we'll come back over to you. So Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably just a question of our CFO, but I'm not always comfortable that we understand our ongoing expenses and that we got a good handle on them. And I guess it's probably service reviews, service-specific reviews you have to do before you understand your ongoing expenses. Could be part of asset management as well, I guess. I was wondering if that's mentioned somewhere in the policy, who would be responsible for that, and if it's something that should be done.
Go ahead.
So this speaks to financial planning and the procedure. It doesn't touch on service reviews because that in itself is an entirely different process. There's statutory processes, but there's informal type of service reviews. I believe in the financial sustainability policy. I was just going to actually open it. I believe that there are some comments in there about reviewing services on a regular basis. Indirectly, you are correct. I would say that partially asset management and our capital plans and things like our water strategy also are indirect service reviews because it's really looking holistically at the service overall. If there's certain aspects of funding apportionment and those types of things, that's where you get into the legislative piece potentially. So it really depends because that service review can mean multiple different things. So it really depends on what it is the target you're trying to accomplish with that statement.
Director Lee, does that go ahead?
I think I understood the answer. I kind of figure for financial sustainability and at budget time, we need to have a good handle on our expenses and be comfortable we understood them. But budget time is already pretty complicated without looking at your expenses. I don't know when we would do it though, and how it would fit into the budget cycle, and if we should be mentioning it at a policy like this, that it needs to be done somewhere.
CFO, any comment?
No, because I don't know if he did say big can of worms. I think delving into each service and understanding all the facets. So I think Director McMahon had already touched on this, where our size of organization, we do deliver a lot of services. And so some of them are very complex in nature. So understanding the ins and outs and intricacies of those types of things it takes a lot of time and understanding to really understand all of those facets. I guess what I'm not garnering though is the outcome that you're wanting to achieve with that, especially from a policy perspective. And I think that's where things out of service plans, so achieving certain targets. So what are our goals of our specific service? There are some that are very implied. So things like delivering clean water, some of them are based on regulations. So, timeliness, how many trips you want to deliver in transit, how many programs do you want to deliver in your recreation, how many parks do you want to have? So again, it's very dependent on the type of services that you're delivering. And if the board wants to start to set certain types of targets, understanding what the goal of the service is I think quite critical. So just using the budget as a tool, yes, that is the ends to the means, but you do have to decide how that is some of those decision points before you get to the financial application of it. So I think it's more complicated, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not sure it's a one size fits all. And I think in contemplating this particular policy, there are financial planning frameworks, and those are guiding principles, and it could encapsulate the organization. But we didn't go there. We kind of went through because that's very, very, very complex. And I think you have to have a lot of that planning work and service plan documented before you can go there to fully understand it. So again, that's part of that maturation and evolution. as part of the regional district IC.
Okay. You gonna keep going? Go for it. No, go ahead, Director Lee.
Actually, I wasn't going to keep going. I was listening to the questions of Director McMahon and Hiltz, and I believe they were talking around the issue. I think it's cost containment is always something that we need to be aware of. It's probably equally as important as yearly capital planning. But I really did understand our CFO's answer when she said you need to understand the service levels, and that's what drives it. And I agree 100%. It made it clear in my mind. So thank you.
Go ahead, CFO.
Yeah, just to answer a prior question, just to confirm that service reviews non-statutory are outlined in the financial sustainability policy. And so, again, that's where it is articulated, and where service reviews is, we're going to identify potential improvements that we want. And so that is part of the financial sustainability policy. And in the past, either staff have brought forward some recommendations, or the board in the past has provided recommendations back. The most recent one in memory would be where we looked at transit and the service delivery for transit prior to the election in 2018.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Director McMahon and then Director Seegers.
Okay, I'm going to start with a minor typo. 4.11, first paragraph, last line, should say for inclusion in the financial plan bylaw. And then I just wanted to go back to the guiding principles. I think it's really important that we get the climate piece into the guiding principles, at least, even if we don't delve too deeply into the rest, because I know there hasn't been time for staff to consider it properly. But if we're going to have principles, that's a principle. So I'd really like to see it in there. Thank you.
Okay. Director Seegers.
Sorry, could Director McMahon say where that change was that she saw? I think you said 4.11?
4.1H.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I was in the wrong place. Okay, perfect.
And that is, I had the writing and then I lost it here. Considers Director McMahon, if you could repeat your.
Right, considers the SCRD's corporate and community emissions goals.
Tara has that. Okay, Director Seegers.
Thank you. I'm back to Director Hiltz's comment about 5.2B, setting service levels. I know when I read that, I think we're sitting here saying, okay, you're going to open the arena this many days and put this many hours in. Like, it's very granular. We're not there. Sorry. So I'm thinking it would be, this is more wordy and you guys can probably work on this, but it's something like determine service levels through staff direction and approval of policies, procedures, budgets, and financial plans. That's how we set them at this table, I think. Right? So it's not just setting service levels. It's how we do that. That's our job. Yeah, that.
Okay, and that takes care of Director Lee's question he's just said, so. Tara,
Okay.
did you get that?
I've got determine service levels through staff direction. And approval of policies, procedures, budgets, and financial plans.
And Director Hiltz, that takes care of your concerns? Okay, I see gritted teeth. Do you have a comment on that?
One of the, we're all, as a representative of the public, I'm supposed to be representing what the public's desired level of service is, and so that's not in through staff policy. I'm supposed to be hearing that. This is what we're representing the stakeholders and the public in determining that, because they're not around the table. So that may be just missing kind of, how do you bring the public into their service level expectations and how we meet that? So,
Okay, and I would say that would be through providing staff direction.
Yeah. Okay. Does that, go ahead.
yeah, somehow it's that we're the people that represent the public interest and not directly through staff. So so it's the public aspect of it that I'm kind of feel is missing somehow, is somehow we're there to interpret, to hear what the public is saying, represent that to the corporation here, who in turn put it into their policies, but it's the hearing of the public in terms of the setting of the service levels that I feel is somehow missing in that. But I'm okay with it as a first iteration to moving this thing forward, so totally support. Thanks.
Yeah, and I would just put the thought there that in your role as a director, it's in everything you do, is bringing in that voice of the public. And if you feel the voice of the public needs to be heard more, or you haven't heard it, then to go that next level and ask for more community consultation from staff, right? So I think it's the role of the director to bring in that voice of the public, and you touched on that in your comments. So I don't think we need to explicitly say it in this policy, because it should be in everything we do. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. The other one that had come up was the dissolution of services, which is wormy, can of wormies. Director McMahon?
Yeah, it is can of wormy. Something went through my head and then trickled out again, but I don't like to say anything that sounds like service review, because I know that that's a can of worms, and it's kind of a legislated process, and yeah. But, the rationalization of some of our services is something that needs to be looked at somewhere down the road. Like, all these street lighting services are crazy. They make really no sense. And I think at some point they should be reconsidered. Yeah, but are we ready for the policy yet? I don't know, because we don't know what it's going to be. And if we're going to pass this today, then this is not the time to try and write this on the fly.
No. Director Seekers?
Well, that begs the question, do we need to pass this today? Or if we want some of these things added, do we request that staff take it away and bring them back? Which could bring that in. And I'm okay either way. I guess that would be a staff question. Do we want this passed today?
CFO?
I really expected that we would likely have some amendments. This is the first time we're discussing this. It's the first time you're seeing it. I think it's an important topic. So I think that's a great suggestion, that we make some edits, that perhaps between now and when the next iteration comes, maybe we'll have some clarity on some certain things. So yeah, for sure, if we want to make some edits and bring it back as amended to future committee, we could probably turn that around in the next month or so.
Okay, so we have some suggested amendments that Tara has, and then we also wanted to include the dissolution of service in there in some form. Was there anything else that we wanted to put back to staff to look at before it comes back to us? Director Hiltz.
Thanks. The connection between the financial sustainability policy, where all this service level and the sustainability. So I think it's already, as I see it, mostly in there about the solution of services. It's already there in that policy. So drawing the connections between them might be something that can be done. But right now, as CFO is saying, I do see them as in two different policy papers. This financial sustainability, which goes into the sustainability of services, and all that review stuff is already there. And so you know, is it all in one big one, or how do you parse out all the parts? And it's already parsed out, so I don't know if they have to look at it, whether they see value in it, or whether it's already sufficiently ingrained in the financial sustainability policy. Not to duplicate things, right? This is one of the problems. It's here, it's there, and we can't actually figure what we're talking about anymore. So, yeah, thanks.
Well, and that's why it's good to have the list at the bottom of the policy, which are the other related policies.
And what's not is how you put them all together.
Yeah,
That's a bit of the trick.
that's the
Yeah,
dovetailing.
yeah.
Okay, Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'd be interested if staff could come back with some suggested wording around environmental, social, and governance. I think that's a good idea in our guiding principles, that we should be looking at that. So thank you.
Okay. All right. So what I'm hearing then is a recommendation that the financial planning policy come back to or be revisited at a future committee meeting with the amendments as presented and the addition of an ESG, environmental, social, and governance guiding principles. Is that clear enough? Tara will clean it up for me, I'm sure. Does that sound okay? I see that seconded. Any further discussion or additions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And thank you very much, CFO Perot. Okay, so moving on, we have another policy in front of us. Number 4 on your agenda, Annex C, pages 12 through 20 of our package, and it's the draft asset management policy. And we need to bring in, just once. Oh, hang on here. I've tried. Okay, so Kyle, you've been asked to be promoted to panelist, so we'll just wait for Manager Doyle. Good morning, Mr. Doyle. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. So this revised asset management policy is being presented to replace a 2015 version of the same policy. The policy review was part of our department's 2022 work plan, and the policy in front of you represents the sum of the recommended changes as part of that review. So the new policy was developed based on a review of the best practices from asset management organizations such as Asset Management BC, UBCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, ISO standards, and as well as a review of other local governments around Canada and their asset management policies. And finally, we attempted to align the asset management policy with the strategic objectives or priorities that the SCRD has set. So the practice of asset management is intended to support informed decision-making and sustainable service delivery and to facilitate corporate foresight. To those ends, this policy will encourage more consistency and transparency in SCRD service delivery by supporting data collection and reporting. Asset-related decisions under this policy will be encouraged to consider long-term impacts from multiple perspectives, such as environmental, cultural, and as well as financial. The revisions to the existing asset management policy seek to establish a commitment to continue to develop the practice of asset management at the SCRD through appropriate resourcing and organizational integration. So while there is a lot of work to do with asset management here at the organization, this policy further establishes the SCRD's commitment to providing sustainable services to its residents. And before I take questions, just to touch on a point from Director Hiltz about representing the public's opinion of service levels, this policy intends to facilitate this conversation by establishing consistent language and data reporting that creates a shared understanding of the services that are being delivered by the SCRD, as well as the costs and impacts. Create a forum where we can all discuss these on the same sort of level of understanding. And finally, just before we take questions, I'd like to point out a typo in the report. I drafted this in the old template, and when it was translated to the new template, the numbering of the policy numbers are a little bit off. So if you're referencing them, just use the main prefix and add the 2 on there. We'll get through this together. Thanks.
Fair enough. Thank you, Manager Doyle. Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll start with Director Ties and then over to Director McMahon.
Yes, thank you for that. And I think asset management is a big piece moving forward for this organization. I'm looking at 4.4. The SCRD will seek to leverage natural assets to facilitate service delivery. I feel like that section is underrepresented. I feel like maybe staff could maybe connect with Gibson's, who's done a lot of work around that, and maybe we can flesh that out a little bit as to how we want to incorporate natural assets into our policies and frameworks. So yeah, maybe Director Beamish has a few more things to say about that, because I'm no expert, but I do know that Gibson's has done some pretty groundbreaking work on natural asset management, and I feel like this is underrepresented here.
Manager Doyle, did you want to comment on the natural asset piece first?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I agree with Director Ties. I think anytime we can recognize, make use of the assets that exist in our natural environment to provide the services that we deliver, we should look to that. As a regional district, a lot of the services we deliver aren't low-hanging fruit for the natural asset sort of perspective. In Gibson's, we don't do a lot of stormwater management. We don't do a lot of the services where the natural assets are easy to get to, and we continue to look for opportunities to use them. I agree. We'll continue to consider that.
Director Beamish, is this on the natural asset piece? Okay, I'll go to you and then I'll go over to Director McMahon.
I think that, and thank you, Director Ties, for bringing that out, but I think that natural assets is an evolving field these days. It's changing all the time. And Manny was recently on interviewed last week, I think, on a panel, and looking at natural assets and the importance of natural assets in the community, but also trying to come up with a system very similar to modeled on a bit of the vital signs program, where you take a look at your natural assets, you assess each one of them annually, and you give a rating as to how they're doing, how we're doing with them. Our last meeting, we just had, for example, a report on Chester Creek, a pretty full report on Chester Creek, and looking at its fish potential. The fact is that the DNA analysis they did on the creek identified salmon and trout potential, and looking at that and stepping forward is, okay, what are our next steps on that? So it's a big field, but it's good we start looking at it in all of our policies and programs, because it really is the way of the future in terms of looking at assets and the importance of those assets to a community. So, yeah, working with the town of Gibson's, I mean, we are looking at one of the philosophies, of course, is the environmental scan. For a community is not recognize the boundaries that are on a map. They are far beyond that sort of thing, and so that the rainfall coming down Mount Alphastone affects the drainage in Gibson's, and looking at how that affects and anticipating that, and that then feeds into constructed assets of pipes and things of that nature. The watershed outside the town's control. But a very important element to the town and the natural asset of the town, but right now we don't have the control of that area. So looking at how we can involve and work together, and that's maybe one thing we're looking at when we look at natural assets, is looking beyond the boundaries, so that we are all working together on them. So thank you for that.
And it's interesting, the whole concept of natural assets, it's a very new evolving field. But if you think about it, we actually already get a very important report on natural assets when we're talking about our snowpack, because that is, when we're talking about water levels and everything. Yeah, so to put it in that kind of perspective. But let's go to Director McMahon, please.
Sure, I'm happy to see natural assets in here, even though we're kind of wrestling with how to go forward with them. And I was really pleased to see intergenerational equity in this plan. So I just want to get a little more specific in a few places, like and thanks for mentioning the number, because I was reading this late at night and I kept thinking, I don't get these numbers. Anyway, so 5.2 on page 18, basing investment decisions on consideration of full costs. I would say full financial and environmental costs associated with managing those assets. And just in general, I want to keep the climate targets, clear in here. Thank you.
Well, I think about our magnifying glass in the middle of our strategic plan, everything through a climate lens. So adding environmental, and Tara, do you got that? Perfect. Director Ties, you had your hand up again. Did you have something else that you wanted to speak to?
Yeah, just touching back on the natural asset piece, I do feel like 4.4 doesn't quite suffice into what I think we're trying to accomplish here. And Director Beamish mentioned control. I don't know if we want to be able to have control over some of our natural assets like watersheds and aquifer regeneration areas and all those kind of things. So I don't know if this is a discussion for today or but I do feel like leveraging natural assets doesn't really specify as to what we want to do with them and how we want to be able to manage them. Just my thoughts.
Okay. All right, so we'll just pin that and see if we can come up with some different language today, or whether or not we come back to it, or whether or not we should send it and come back. Director Seegers.
Thank you. With regards to that, I see the sentence as 4.4 is pretty static, and I think what we want to do is seek to incorporate and leverage natural assets, which means we don't just say, oh, it's there, fine, but we look at how we can actually actively incorporate them. So that might change it to be more action-oriented, right? And give it a little different perspective. I don't know if that fits what you're looking for.
Okay. So seeing some nods over adding incorporate. Yeah, there's an intangible here that I can't quite reach to, and because we want to get the concept that we're incorporating them, we're using them, but we're also say that preserving. Do we want to go as far as preserving? Yeah. Manager Doyle.
This is natural assets are a difficult one, and I think that we start to blur the lines of the scope of the policy. We're all hyper aware of the climate change and the environment and the recent disasters we've kind of gone through in the last year. In the scope of this policy, we're talking about service delivery, and natural assets are natural assets are assets that occur naturally. So if we build a playground or a park or a field, those are not natural assets; those are constructed assets. In the context of stormwater management, which is a service we don't typically provide as a regional district, a drainage swale that is designed to reduce the energy of the flow and incorporates green design and all that stuff, that is not a natural asset. That's still a green constructed asset. So a natural asset is a watershed or an aquifer. Those are good examples. Wetlands that allow us to attenuate stormwater and allow it to seep in slowly and then go back into the drains. Those are natural assets that we can leverage from a service delivery perspective. As far as preservation of the environment, the impact of our service decisions, the environmental downstream effects of our service-related decisions. Those are covered in other aspects of this policy, sustainable service delivery, long-term sustainability and resiliency. We consider the social, environmental, and economic factors, and we approach to asset management. We'll build resiliency to climate change. So those are, the blurry lines of what a natural asset is and how it plays into a service delivery context is important, and it is nuanced, and I appreciate that it's challenging to wordsmith this to perfectly capture that.
Okay, I'll suggest another word to add. So the SCRD will seek to incorporate and leverage natural asset stewardship to facilitate service delivery. Or is that too muddy?
But we're not incorporating natural asset stewardship, we're incorporating the natural assets themselves. So if you want
But
stewardship,
stewardship takes control of that protection piece that I've heard and the using, and it's a thought. I know it adds another level of ambiguity, I think, is maybe the problem. So I was just throwing it out there as a word. I will take it back. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I think that it's important that we do recognize natural assets, but there is a definition of natural asset in the definition section, and then we come across it later in the report as a one-liner. Maybe we need to add more into the front end of the report, acknowledging the importance of natural assets. For example, the scope document says, this policy applies to all services within the SCRD that use assets or equipment in the delivery of their services. Maybe we need to add in including natural assets so that it's recognized right up front of the policy that we are recognizing natural assets as part of our asset base in the organization. It's not just built assets or equipment. And so adding some kind of recognition at the front or in the purpose section and carrying that through the document, because that is an important element now.
I like that. Director Beamish, adding it right in the front of the report? Or in the front, right under purpose? Or scope?
Recognizing it early in the report, because then we come down to a definition of natural assets, and the first time we see it is in a definition. But I think we should just play it a little bit up more in the purpose and scope.
Okay, so so maybe putting it under scope. So
Yeah.
this policy applies to all services within the SCRD that use assets, natural assets, or equipment in the delivery of their service. Would that work for staff? I see a lot of nods from the directors too, and I see Manager Doyle. That works for you? Okay. And that captures what Director Beamish said? Yep. Okay. All right. And then the addition of incorporate and leverage under 4.4. Or sorry, 5.2. Was it 5.2? No, I'm sorry. My eyes just went wonky on the numbers. 4.4, that's what I thought, 4.4. Under long-term sustainability and resiliency. Thanks, Kyle. We need little things to keep us awake here, so this is great. Happy accidents. We love them. Director Hiltz.
Don't we love policies?
I love policy.
I'm on 5.1, the fifth dash, page 18. Accept the responsibility as a steward of SCRD assets. In our oath of office, so I've already accepted it through our oath of office as, this is, so, and the other ones are approved. So I'm just, is there a way to eliminate words that we don't need here that exist somewhere else? And so it does kind of, this idea of how we interpret the public in this, and the role of the oath of office as it overrides all of our other policies. So oath of office talks about public assets. This talks about SCRD assets. So just kind of lining up things. So is it needed to be here when it's already in another place? And I don't think this is the place that I accept the responsibility through the policy. I accept my responsibility through the oath of office. That's my superior document that I'm supposed to behave on. So it just, is there a place to, can we take that out? Or do you feel it needs to be there as it's already somewhere else? Or does it, you want it explicitly in this policy?
It's at
5.1,
okay, authority
fifth
to.
dash,
There's a few of them, and so I got.
fifth dash.
Okay, so just a second, just so everybody knows where we are. We're on the bottom of page 18, which is page 4 of 6 of the policy. It's under authority to act, and so it says board, and it's the 5th dash down, accept the responsibility as a steward of SCRD assets. So it's actually the last sentence on the page. I hope that's explicit for everyone in our listening audience as well. Okay. Manager Doyle, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To the director's comments, I'm comfortable removing that from there, as it, as you mentioned, it's covered in the oath of office. A little bit of redundancy I didn't think would be harmful, but I appreciate the concern, and yeah, fair enough.
So the question is, do we want the redundancy or keep it or leave it? Director McMahon?
I like redundancy. Point being, I mean, I understand Director Hiltz's point, but most of the public have never read our oath of office, and so why would they? So I think it's helpful to have this explicitly outlined right here in the policy for, one-stop shopping.
Okay. And one-stop shopping and a further reinforcement of our duties and responsibilities. Director Seegers.
I agree with Director McMahon. I mean, I think, I actually like the way it's written in here, because reading this, it actually, it almost has us stop and say, okay, you know what? I'm responsible for this. Right? It's another reiteration of that's our role. And we are, I mean, all kinds of things come before us. And we act, I mean, I really like this board because we do act, I believe, in the best interests of the whole Sunshine Coast. But that's what this is saying to us, right? This is what we do. We're the steward. And I like that. I'd like to leave it in.
All right. So I'm hearing keep, and Director Hiltz is. Okay, go ahead.
My consolation would just put the oath of office in one of the documents at the bottom, just so we know, is the public actually going to read this policy? I'm not sure if they'll get to 5.1, the 5th dash. So, where the public actually finds out about any of this, it's embedded. So, and redundancy can lead to repetition and conflicting places. So that's where I'm about the conflicting between different places. That here it's an SCRD asset, in the other place it's a public asset, and over here it's a natural asset. So it's just kind of like, let's decide on one and put it in one place, right? So,
Yeah.
But yeah.
And you're right. It's an important piece of. It's an important thing that you do as a director when you're elected, and it always helps to identify which legislative or pieces we're getting these comments and everything from. So, or policy from. Yes, Director Seegers.
All right, and the way this is set out in this document, if you go further down, it lays out what the roles of staff are, right? So we've got all staff at the bottom, department managers, asset management, chief financial officer, CAO, and then us. And it's saying, ultimately, we have the responsibility as a steward. So they can make all kinds of recommendations. They can, give us direction that we could pursue. But in the end, it's our responsibility. So that's why I think it's in here as well. Not only for us, but for staff as well when they look at this. Because staff advise us, we don't always follow what staff say. I mean, a lot of times we do, but there are other times where we look at it and say, no, what we're going to go this direction. And then, they have to follow the direction we give. It's our responsibility. So I think that's another reason why it's in here. So thanks for that.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because I think of the wastewater treatment plants as maybe being a really good example of where there was definitely one director who was very much against things, and made that known, so, and which was definitely against what the recommendations were from staff. So, so it's finding that balance in there. So we had a couple of those small edits, and then also adding under the references, making sure oath of office is added in there. Were there any other Director Hiltz?
First draft, sure. It can always be,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm good with it. Whichever way it goes, it's small detail, but yeah.
Okay, so I've got Director McMahon and then Director Beamish.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether we are ready to pass this as amended, or whether we should bring it back at the same time that the financial policy comes back. What's the most sensible way to go forward here?
Okay, that's a good question. Personally, I think I'm comfortable passing it as it's been presented with our amendments. I'll go to Director Beamish first, and then we can bring that question back, Director McMahon.
I might have missed it within the context of the report, but I was looking for something in the terms of working with our municipalities in terms of the opportunity to share assets and leverage that. And I'm just wondering if that's practical. We put that in there and just recognize that one of our policies is like where it makes sense. Let's not all buy a grader if we can share a grader, because town of Gibson's actually doesn't have gravel roads, but in terms, but we've done that elsewhere, that there might be a way to put something in the policy that just recognizes that there's something we want to try to achieve.
Okay, CFO, I see your hand up, so would you like to address that?
So from the regional district and from our cost sharing opportunities with member municipalities or other community partners and stakeholders, because it might make sense with their other jurisdictions, such as school district as an example, where we may want to cost share for certain things. I think in the context of the policy, that would be the how we would deliver sustainable service. And so I think cost sharing types of things, that might be a method of how we defer having to replace certain types of items, but we still may have to pay for those types of items regardless. So we may not have certainty. We may have an agreement for a finite amount of time, and we may lose that. So from a financial planning and asset management replacement cycle, who owns that particular asset? So is it an operational cost or is it a fixed cost? So I think that's the challenge in contemplating where we are deferring or how we use. And I think that's where in the process, we evaluate the plans or update the plans on a regular basis. So I guess it's a long way of saying I hazard in prescribing that type of thing, because ultimately the SCRD at this time is responsible for delivering those services in the method, and we need certain tools and equipment to do that. How we achieve that may change from time to time, such as sharing equipment. So I think maybe have that back to staff to consider how we would contemplate that and where most appropriate, because most certainly that does make the most sense in many aspects.
Thank you, CFO. And there's under organizational integration, there is 2.4 that the SCRD will encourage communication with other local governments and external agencies to support the practice of asset management. That may be a potential place to flesh that out a little and add that in, or at another point. I will go to Director Lee first and then over to Director Seegers.
Thank you, Chair. I had this note in multiple places, but I didn't know where to bring up the subject. And that is, I don't know what to call it, but once we set an asset management plan, we need a report back, not only to the board, to other departments, but also to the public. And I couldn't find anywhere where it was mentioned that as part of asset management, we're going to ensure it's done, and it also doesn't say who's going to do it. I guess I was on 5.2 staff on page 19, thinking maybe I'd find something there, but I didn't. So any comments whether that's an appropriate thing to add or what should happen with it?
Manager Doyle?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Lee. That's a good question, and I think that you raise a good point. Reporting on the performance of our services and on our asset management practices, allows the board to make the decisions they need to make that are informed. In section 4.13, which is 1.3 on page 16, there's a comment there: the status, performance, and effectiveness of work related to the implementation of asset management programs will be reported to the board regularly. The purpose of this policy is to facilitate the creation of reportable metrics, the ability of the board to have a better understanding of the performance of the services and whether they're meeting predefined targets and goals, and the establishment of those goals and communicating those to the public. So that whole process of transparency and a deeper understanding of the services we provide and the performance related to the goals we set is the purpose of this policy.
Director Lee, does that answer your question and concerns?
Loved the words. I was just wondering if it's actually written there somewhere, though, that I missed. That's what you just read?
Yep.
So where was that again then?
It's on page 16,
So page 16?
1.3.
Okay, so then the board would be expected to take that to the public then? Or the public would be expected to read the board report? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm happy then. Thank you.
Okay, Director Seegers, then Director Hiltz.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Director Beamish's comment about working with other governments and such. This is an SCRD policy, right? It only applies to the SCRD. I know we've made great strides during this term in having the various governments work together, but we don't want to put a policy in place that requires that to happen, because that actually could be detrimental in some cases, depending on what they're dealing with. I think we could change the wording in here some, rather than encourage communication. We want to encourage collaboration, maybe, with other local governments and external agencies to support the practice of asset management, but I don't think we should mandate it, because we also can't mandate that the other governments work with us.
Why not? No, sorry, just kidding, just kidding,
Nice try.
just kidding. Yeah, okay, got to start somewhere. Okay, so hearing the suggestion of changing communication to collaboration on 2.4 on page 16. Am I seeing nods? Staff, Manager Doyle?
Thank you, Chair. I'm comfortable with that. The purpose of that section was to, initiate, to start and encourage the communication, the collaboration between local governments to seek out opportunities for efficiency and to find areas we can deliver services to our residents at the lowest cost possible. So.
Okay, so maybe we should add "and collaboration," leave communication and collaboration in. So leaving communication in too, because as Director Seeger says, we can't tell them as much as we might like. You can never encourage a horse to drink other than bringing it to the trough. Over to Director Hiltz and then Director Toth.
Thanks, Chair. It's the fixed cost, variable cost discussion that has come up with around ice rinks. And so my question is it in policy somewhere where asset management costs are either a fixed cost or a variable cost, especially as it applies to our policy about allocation of ice, that it must meet all the variable costs after the fixed costs and where it belongs? Because I'm not sure if it's clear where how that's presented in those costs around recreation particularly. So if you, some comments on that, please. Thanks.
Manager Doyle?
Thank you, Chair. I think that is starting to get into operational specific, a more prescriptive sort of area than this policy is attempted to get into. But to the more general and working towards that goal, better facilitating better data, more reporting, more transparency, that sort of thing, I think will get to that point where we would influence that concern. But from a policy perspective, this policy doesn't really directly touch on that.
Director Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Great conversation, great edits, great ideas. I'm just coming back to your earlier question on whether we wanted to try and approve this today or not. I think we should refer it back to staff for the revisions and edits and to incorporate the wordsmithing and then bring it back. I think we've made a lot of changes to it, and to try and track them on the fly is a little much, but just my thoughts. I wanted to weigh in on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Toth, and I'm seeing nods on that, so, and some comfort with that. And I don't have any more of a speakers list, so what I'll do is ask for a recommendation that this policy go back to staff for amendments and come back to a future committee meeting. Moved, seconded, there you go. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and 5 minute or 9 minute? 9 minutes, sorry, okay. 9 minutes. We will see you back at 11:15, please. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to the Committee of the Whole for Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. We are continuing through our agenda, and we are going to start with number 5, the Election Services and Cost Sharing Agreements, which is Annex D, pages 21 to 22 of your package, and we'll go to our Deputy Corporate Officer, Jennifer Hill, for comments on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The purpose of this report is to obtain authorization for the designated signing authorities to execute the 2022 local government election cost-sharing agreements between the SCRD and the Gambier Island Local Trust Area, and also the SCRD and School District 46, once the agreements have been finalized.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Deputy Corporate Officer. Are there any questions for the Deputy Corporate Officer? No? It's all pretty, oh, Director Hiltz.
Thanks. Only question is the 18,000. So, and recovery, is this a full cost recovery, a partial cost recovery? Just if you can kind of expand what recovery means. Thanks.
Do you want me to check with the CFO maybe, or,
Yes, I would defer that question to the CFO if possible.
okay. It's typically, it's a full cost recovery, but the CFO, if you could maybe expand on that, please.
So the cost recovery is included in the budget. So we do have 18,000. So if it does increase to that, then it would likely generate a surplus for the election service and would just go back into the reserve at end of next year. And we may contemplate reducing the annual contribution that we put into reserve each year.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I will ask for, oh, sorry. You, okay,
My
sorry,
hand
Director
was up,
McMahon.
but
Oh,
couldn't see
yes,
it.
sorry, your little hand there blends right into your background, so I
Into the
did not see that
background.
on my screen. My apologies, Director McMahon. Over to you, please.
I was hoping to move the recommendations on page 21.
What a coincidence. I was just going to ask if anyone wanted to move the recommendations. I see a mover and 2 seconders. Are there any other questions? I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion. Yes, I will turn my mic back on. Next up, we have number 6 on our agenda, Annex E, pages 23 through 26 of your package. And this is District Lot 1313, letter to Minister Osborne. Okay, and I don't see but we have GM Hall here. So GM Hall, who is well-versed in DL 1313, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So staff were asked to bring a letter forward relating to or requesting ministerial use of provisions of the Land Act to protect DL 1313. And directors will recall this was an additional step coming from the staff report in February that also initiated a referral to the Squamish Nation. And so staff are providing here a draft letter. I'm also pleased to share that SCRD did receive comments back from the Squamish Nation this week that are supportive of seeking a nominal rent tenure as a stopgap measure, I guess, to offer some protection while further dialogue around management planning proceeds. And they support further conversation on that. So that's excellent news, and but the timing is such that that wasn't able to be reflected in the report or the letter that's in front of you today. So staff's comment would be that the letter could be updated to reflect this, along with any further board direction. And I suppose that's part one of the conversation. And then if the board wishes to have further conversation about action to be directed following the response from the Squamish Nation, staff are prepared to have that dialogue if it's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Director McMahon.
This is really good news. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So I had changes to the second paragraph of the letter, which I have circulated in advance. It's just a rewrite on the background of the property. But I think we'll also need suggested edits from staff in regards to the response from the Squamish Nation. So I'm just going to read out my changes to the second paragraph, which I've made into two paragraphs, which is DL 1313 is a naturally regenerated coastal western hemlock forest, which is located very close to population centers in Elphinstone and the town of Gibsons. The steep and very wet slopes provide abundant biodiversity and exceptional growing conditions. The area was designated as a community watershed reserve in the 1940s in recognition of its important role in the recharge of a major aquifer that supplies drinking water to the town of Gibsons and will account for an increasing share of the Sunshine Coast Regional District's water supply. The creeks that traverse DL 1313 are increasingly impacted by flooding, which has caused serious damage to public and private infrastructure. Highway 101, which is the sole transportation corridor connecting the town of Gibsons to the rest of the Sunshine Coast, lies directly downstream. Lower Road, also downstream from this area, was severely damaged by stormwater in 2020, leading the SCRD to declare a state of emergency. And Russell Road in Area E washed out in 2014 and again in 2018. And other than that, and other than any suggested changes from staff regarding the Squamish Nation referral, I'm happy with the letter.
Okay. Director Seekers.
Thank you. So could we make a recommendation that the proposed letter as amended, including the Squamish referral information, be sent to Minister Osborne? I mean, and staff can take your change and the other information, and then it doesn't necessarily have to come back here, I don't think, if those are incorporated.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Yeah. Does that? Yeah. Does that? Is that clear for? Does that work for staff, GM Hall?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is reasonably clear enough. The intent is. Okay, all right. So I see it seconded by Director McMahon very happily. And any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you. Next up, we have number 7 on our agenda, the solid waste management plan. Oh, sorry, what?
Sorry, we were going to discuss with staff next steps, given that the Squamish have gotten back to us on this.
I will roll back. We will not go to number 7 yet. We will stay on number 6.
I will note that we have got, I believe, minister meeting scheduled on this subject. So, yeah, what are staff recommending here?
What's our next step? Sorry.
Thank you for the question. So the implications associated with, part of which I think is a direction need, that are associated with pursuing a nominal rent tenure for DL 1313 were outlined in that staff report in February. And to generalize them, a decision to proceed or not with seeking a nominal rent tenure, a decision about the character of what is being sought, because SCRD will have to supply a management plan that will need to speak to what we intend to do with the land. And the sentence that was in that staff report was something like, it could be managed as a green space, a park, but that is an assumption. And then the resources associated with whatever those preferred actions are needed in order to guide next steps. And so in terms of turning that into an action to be decided on today, from staff's point of view, the two options would seem to be refer this to the 2023 budget, and staff can bring forward recommendations through that process, which development of the 2023 budget begins in July. Or ask for a report back analyzing work plan impacts if this is desired to move forward on a different timeline than that. Thanks.
Director McMahon.
What would a different timeline be? If we directed it to the 2023 budget, then when would it most likely be actioned versus if we tried to light a fire under it, so to speak?
Go ahead, GM.
Thank you. I don't want to answer that question with a question back to the committee, but it's a question of priorities and resourcing. So I'll suggest that both the planning and the parks work plans for 2022 and even early 2023 are full, more than full. And so a question would be what can we move, delay, compress, or otherwise find a different way to do or a different approach to delivery in order to move this up. And I mean, ultimately, if staff are directed to act on this in this, well, not this quarter, because we're weeks away from the end, but in the next quarter, then we would make decisions about what that means within sort of administrative prerogative to organize things. Those decisions get a little bit easier if we're able to apply additional resources to this.
Director Beamish.
Yeah, I think that we need to also acknowledge that the conservation of protection of DL 1313 is just one of the aspects of the watershed protection. It's a portion of the watershed, but it's not the whole watershed. So that we need to look at that also in a broader perspective. And it does allude to that in this letter, but we need to make sure that we don't simply say, oh, we've got 1313 protected, there's nothing else we have to do in the watershed, because it is only a portion of the watershed. It is a district lot that is threatened by login at the present time. But there's all sorts of other area of that watershed that is the recharge area. So, no.
Director Seekers.
Thank you. I have to apologize if this has already been talked about because I got sidetracked with something. Do we know the time frame? Like if we were to apply, first of all, there's all the work that has to go into the application. Do we know what the time frame is for actually getting a response? Are we talking years? Are we talking a few months or?
GM.
Excellent question. And the short answer is no. I have not made that specific inquiry to the province. I have mapped out what an application would involve, and the timeline to apply, I'll estimate at 6 months based on the background work required. And as a general comment, all applications made through Front Counter BC, response times are measured in years at the current time, to my knowledge.
Director McMahon and then Director Hiltz.
Right. So there is a fair amount of work, staff work involved in doing an application. The difficulty here is that it appears that BC Timber Sales does not recognize anything other than an actual application with Front Counter BC. And they have slated, I believe, the block for auction next year. So trying to figure out what is the best way forward here, because we don't also want to do a rushed application. We would like to do a good job of it. Would it be appropriate to pass a motion saying that we are referring this to the 2023 budget, and we will write to BC Timber Sales telling them that we expect to be making an application to Front Counter BC and give a date, give a timeline for that, and then maybe that would cover this off. But I'm wondering if we should initiate some discussion with BC Timber Sales on this subject too. Just writing a letter to them based on our track record to date does not seem to be tremendously effective. I don't know if we need to call them or what we should do at this point. Suggestions welcome.
GM Hall, any suggestions?
I'm in agreement with the director's proposed motion of both sending a signal to BCTS, and multiple formats, letter and phone call sound helpful to making the point. And further, given that we know that there are resourcing needs attached to this, positioning it with the budget process seems highly appropriate. Thanks.
Okay. I'm also wondering if it's appropriate to send them a copy of the letter that we're sending to the minister. Okay. So Director McMahon, did I hear a motion there from you? Or do you want a moment to craft it?
I could use a moment, and there was a speaker's list.
There
What
was a
happened to it?
speaker's list that magically disappeared as I asked you to craft a motion.
Sure, leave me on the spot.
Oh, they popped back up. We'll go to Director Hiltz first.
Yeah, I thought I only had one button that I was pushing here, but yeah, in light of our discussions this morning, like service levels, this would be a new service level, for the regional district to take on, and through the budget process, I think would be an appropriate place to kind of move it forth. There's the business plan aspect of the ongoing assets, all this kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I think to put it wholly on staff's plate at this point would be, I don't want to do that and shift them around too much. So the budget process, and as Director McMahon, there's the communicating the intent to move forward, I think, is what's important in light of the multi-year Front Counter BC issues and how long things take to move. The intent communication is among the most important. Thanks.
Okay. So Director McMahon, are you ready, or can I go to Director Lee first? Oh, okay. Very polite. Over to Director Lee.
Yes, I'm in favor of referring it to the 2023 budget so we can check out our manpower, our costs. We're talking about a new park here, for all intents and purposes. Very much against my basic principles. I'd like to see fewer, not more. However, whatever it takes to protect this 1313, I'm all on board with. So I think we just have to proceed and figure out exactly what the impacts are. And for sure, I don't know, it's going to take years to get this done. So that will have to figure into our manpower planning as well. So
Our people planning.
people planning.
People power.
Oh, people power.
People power.
FTE planning.
Director Seegers?
Thank you. I know Director McMahon's putting that recommendation together. I'm wondering, since we are going to be requesting a meeting with the minister to follow up on this, I wonder if that could be actually part of the recommendation as well.
All right. I've made notes, but I'm going to see if Director McMahon has hers crafted and ready to go.
We'll see how I do here, but I just wanted to point out that there are also possibilities for community partnerships here. So this, a park, as in a developed park, is not really what anybody had particularly in mind here. So many options on the table. All right. How about moved that we refer the application for nominal rent tenure for DL 1313 to the 2023 budget process, and that the proposed draft letter as amended be sent to Minister Osborne, and that staff contact BC Timber Sales to advise them of our actions on DL 1313, and that the board meet with the minister at UBCM
To follow up on this
to
request,
follow up on this request.
and that this letter also be CC'd to BC Timber Sales. All in Director McMahon's voice.
Two separate ministers.
No, oh, wait, we also need to CC Minister of Forests, Katrine Conroy as well. So that's another CC on this. Okay, so Director Seegers seconds Director McMahon's motion. Pardon me? It's already on there to CC the MLA. Okay. Any further, is staff clear on that? Good, okay. Any further friendly amendments in Director McMahon's voice? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, motion carries. GM Hall, any final comments on this, or no? Okay, thank you. All right, okay, our DL 1313 on pause and moving forward in other ways. Next up, number 7 on our agenda, Annex F, pages 27 through 29 of your package, Solid Waste Management Plan Update Contract Award. And we will go over to our Manager of Strategic Initiatives, Mia Edbrook. Yes, there we go. There she is.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity. It is time to update the 2011 Solid Waste Management Plan, which, as per the BC Guide to Solid Waste Management Planning, should be reviewed about every 10 years. So this is a strategic planning process. It's for solid waste services. It's the opportunity for us to review how all types of waste and recyclable materials are managed and our programs that support waste diversion. I'll mention that the SERD is working on determining a long-term disposal site for the region. And as part of this, the Solid Waste Management Plan update, we will engage the public on any new potential sites and facilities, and that will likely happen next year. So the initial focus of this work will be on setting the direction of the plan, establishing a technical advisory committee, and developing the engagement plan. Staff recommend awarding the contract to Morrison Hirschfield, and that the delegated authorities execute the contract and forward this recommendation to the board this afternoon. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Manager Edbrook. I see Director Seegers.
Thank you. What I don't see in here, but I believe is part of this, is looking at requesting a change to our current plan to allow for potential export should we not have another facility up and operational by the time this one needs to close. Can you confirm that that's included?
So last year, and thank you for the question. Last year we came to the board, or let me rephrase that. Last year we went out to engagement and we talked to the community about amending the 2011 Solid Waste Management Plan to allow for exporting waste off coast should we need to. So this is more of a backup plan. In the future, we will need a long-term disposal site. That could be the SERD continuing to export waste off coast, or it could be a landfill. The other options that were initially contemplated in the future options analysis that was conducted in 2021 by Tetra Tech, for that study, they had eliminated waste to energy due to the cost. So we're down to either long-term landfill site or long-term waste disposal. What you're referring to in terms of the temporary amendment was the amendment to the 2011 solid waste management plan, so our current plan, and we've submitted that application to the province for approval. That timeline is about a year, and the reason why we did that now is because it will take 2 to 3 years to update the solid waste management plan by the time we go out to engagement and draft a new plan and then submit that to the province also for approval.
Okay,
So just to follow up, so just to be clear, we're actually talking two separate processes then?
Yes.
One is an amendment to the previous plan to allow us to export should we need to do that. And then this is the new plan.
This will be a new plan. So about every 10 years, the province recommends that you update your solid waste management plan.
Right. I don't want the community to, erroneously assume, as I did when I read this, was that we have to wait 2 to 3 years to be able to implement that because we don't have that kind of time. Thanks.
No, exactly. So that's why the amendment was submitted this quarter. The application went to the province, and we hope to hear back from them. I anticipate within the year, maybe sooner.
Okay. Director Lee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I guess we actually have 3 activities ongoing here. I'm kind of wondering how they all fit together. And also, we're going to have to initiate activities prior to the completion of this plan in order to get done what we need to do, depending on, let's call it the second part of this thing, which will be delivered in 2023. Do I have that correct?
So through the chair, and thank you for the question. I believe what you're asking is we're amending our current 2011 plan, which will be in place until we have an updated plan, which is the focus of the contract award that I'm presenting today is the updated plan. It will be, let's say, 2024 solid waste management plan. So that we are going to amend the 2011 solid waste management plan is a plan that we have in place, and that will stay in place until we have an update to our existing plan. We need to determine a long-term waste disposal option for the coast. We need to engage upon an option with the community through an update to our solid waste management plan. The guide speaks to future sites that need to be included in your update. If we did not engage on any future sites, then we would have to do an amendment to the solid waste management plan. So really, this is the best time to be both updating and contemplating these new sites, even when you're early in the process. And what that exact site will be, that will be presented to the board before we go to the community to discuss those long-term potentially options for future waste disposal. Is that 1, 2, 3? Amendment, update, determining a long-term site.
Got it? Or is it still a question in your head?
Yeah, there's still a question. The decision for the long term will be made in 2023, hopefully before the end of 2023.
Hopefully before.
Yes.
The end of 2023.
And
2023.
if we wanted to start work on the long-term plan, would we need the solid waste management plan, either the existing or the future, to exist before we started on that? That's my question.
We can begin work. So work has already begun on determining a long-term future waste disposal site. So that work began in 2019, 2020, when they looked at all of the different options. So now we're narrowing in on what is the best option. There were some options that were brought forward to the board in July 2021, and there was some additional work that was needed there. So staff are working on determining the feasibility of what should be the long-term option for the Sunshine Coast Regional District, and we will want to ensure that we engage with the public. Once we get closer to what that site or option should be, we'll want to ensure that we bring the community along, and that is it's truly the purpose of the solid waste management plan process, is ensuring that you're engaging the community early. And to answer your question directly, that it's possible that the process could be extended. So it's possible that this might be a 2024 solid waste management plan update if we're not quite there yet. And that's included in the contract.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay. I have Director Seegers and then Director McMahon.
Sorry, so Director Lee's question, and I'm just clarifying this for myself. What you're saying is we're not actually going to finalize the site because that's part of the engagement. We need to actually have the community come along with us inside of the consultation before we can put that plan, finalize a plan and provide it to the government.
So within your solid waste management plan, you need to name every site that you're going to use. So within our existing solid waste management plan, we actually have sites that have since closed, but they're still, so it includes the Pender Harbor landfill, for example, and then that became a transfer station. You need to include every site that you will use, which is why we needed to amend the solid waste management plan to include exporting waste off coast. Even if we're not going to use it, we have to include it in the solid waste management plan. If we are contemplating a site, it should be included as a future site within the solid waste management plan. And our intention is, even if a site is not operational, we will want to include it in the solid waste management plan as a future site, so that we engage upon it now. So that, let's say, for example, hypothetically, we build a landfill, but it's not ready for a number of years. We want to include it now. We want to talk to the community now, so that when it is operational, it's already within the solid waste management plan. Otherwise, we would have to do an amendment. And as you may have seen last year, it's not as big of a process as a solid waste management plan update, but there's still engagement required, and you have to follow what's in the BC Guide to Solid Waste Management Planning.
Okay.
So to answer your question, the process is happening in parallel.
Great. And it's so simple, isn't it, Manager? Okay, Director McMahon.
See, you can see my hand now.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was Director Toth again. I have two sort of peripheral questions. One is just curiosity. So does that mean that the town of Gibsons has a solid waste management plan for their closed landfill? Or that we do? Or like the one that's under Sprocket? Is there or is it in our plan? And then the other question, this is a big question, but I thought I'd ask it. In terms of garbage and recycling services on the coast, we have 4 different levels of service. We have Gibsons, we have Seashell, we have the rural areas, and then there's Pender doing, and we're all doing different things. We all have different rules. We all have different cans or no cans. And is there any hope as part of this this plan update of coordinating all of the different players so that we get all on the same page?
5, actually, because the SIGD has a different...
Oh, right, 5.
Yep.
I beg your pardon, and then the islands have the barge, but never mind.
Okay, Manager Edbrook, did you want to take a swing at any of those, or should we put a pin in it for later?
In terms of the, I've forgotten, we were just looking at the closure report for the Gibson's landfill. It wasn't called that. That I'll have to check if that site is still within the solid waste management plan. I can't remember the exact timing of the landfill closure, because the solid waste management plan that we have in place is not the first plan that was initiated. It is an update to a previous plan, and it would include it would have been updated at that time. They have a closure plan. I'm actually the Guide to Solid Waste Management Planning is generally for regional districts. So I don't believe that the town of Gibsons has their own solid waste management plan. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not that I have seen. And to answer your question about coordinating with the municipalities and other local governments and governing authorities, yes, that is a big part of the primary focus of the solid waste management plan process is on engagement. It's not really, while there's technical pieces in the background, such a big part of it is really engaging all of the different players. So to answer your question, yes, they will be engaged. Whether we will bring consistency to each of the programs, that I'm not sure, because there are different needs required in each local government and in each region and service, and maybe speaking a little bit to service levels that I heard in the background at the beginning of this meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to Director McMahon, the 2005 Solid Waste Management Plan does actually refer to both the Gibsons landfill as well as the Half Moon Bay landfill. Both sites were closed in 1987. Closure plans have been implemented for both sites, so they are referenced within the documents.
Terrific. Director Seegers.
I'll move the recommendations as on page
27.
27. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded many times. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Manager Ed Brooke. Okay. I keep turning myself off. You know, I know there's a lot of people that wish they had that power to turn me off, but there you go. Next up, Annex G, pages 30 to 34 of our package, number 8 on your agenda, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Rural and Northern Communities Program, approval of Wood Creek Park Wastewater Treatment Plant System Upgrade Grant. And we are going to go over to Steve Maziriak, our Manager of Capital Projects.
Thank you, Committee Chair Pratt. Presented for the Committee's information and action is an Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Rural and Northern Community Program Grant Reimbursement Share Agreement for the Wood Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant Upgrades. Give you a perspective on a little bit of a history on this project. On April 4th of this year, the SCRD was notified by the province that it was a successful recipient of grant funding in the amount of $769,000 for the improvements. Some of the more prominent conditions of the grant are the grant agreement must be signed and returned no later than June 30th. Any archaeological assessment must be completed in advance of any ground disturbance activities. Project tendering and construction award must be completed no later than February 9th of 2023. And completion of the construction must be completed no later than March 31st, 2026. To date, a 90% level draft tender documents have been completed, but they are in need of updating as now they are well over a year and a half or so old. It should also be noted that the SCRD was one out of a total of 57 grant applicants that were successfully funded, and of those 57 applicants, the SCRD was the only applicant to receive the grant funding for the wastewater treatment plant improvements. With that, I'll be happy, or staff will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, directors. Director Ties and then Director McMahon.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations for this good news. And yeah, I also thank you for endeavoring to update the budget on that. What's your confidence on the updated budget, considering that things are shifting so much at this point in time?
Well, it's as you're aware, it's a volatile situation. Continued price escalations are being realized in construction costs and inflation. However, the estimate does have a 30%, I believe, contingency built in to the amounts shown. And, you know, we'll be going obviously through the steps of tendering, and then certainly when we review the tenders after they're received, we'll know exactly where we're at financially sitting.
Director McMahon?
Right, well, I connected with the Wood Creek Park Neighborhood Association, sent them this report. I didn't get much feedback other than the comment, oh, it's another levy. They've had a history with this treatment plant. But no, this is good news, and the sooner that we can get going on it, the better, because it's not going to get any cheaper. And the plant's not going to improve in its condition while we're waiting either. So I would be happy to move the recommendations on page 30.
Okay, and I have a seconder. You don't think it'll spontaneously improve on its own? Probably not. Any further questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much, Manager Mizeriak. And
Thank you very much.
Great. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Annex H, pages 35 to 36 of our agenda, number 9, and this is the joint use agreement with School District 46. And over to our General Manager of Community Services, Ms. Gagnon, please.
Thank you, Chair. As the report indicates, the joint use agreement was executed in late 2017. Since that time, with staff turnover within the SCRD, as well as a global pandemic, current staff and management have had very limited opportunity to actually activate or evaluate this agreement. That being said, in my experience, it is very similar to other joint use agreements that I have been involved with, and is an excellent tool to increase opportunities for our community to participate in healthy activities and lifestyles, as well as effectively utilize publicly owned facilities. The key considerations of the agreement have been outlined in the report. Staff continue to try and schedule a meeting of the Joint Use Steering Committee. It is somewhat challenging to organize schedules. Everybody's quite busy. But we have met many times over the past year administratively in order to update our processes to reactivate, in anticipation of reactivating the agreement once the pandemic restrictions were lifted this past January. Further, staff are preparing budget proposals for 2023 so that our operating budgets actually align with the projected use of our facilities so that we can keep our CFO happy. Staff is recommending that rather than let the agreement lapse, that it be renewed. And when the steering committee does have an opportunity to meet, which hopefully is soon, we'll keep trying, they can review the agreement, as it is one of their terms of reference. It is one of their responsibilities, and they can discuss any potential changes that they might want to make or recommendations, and that could be brought back at a later date if an amendment is required. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Thank you, GM Gagnon. Over to Director McMahon.
Right. The deficits. So who's using the agreement more? And, well, I guess this would be for the joint use committee when they get together, but are there any barriers to us not making better use of the agreement and the facilities?
GM?
Thank you for the question. Well, as I mentioned, we have very little opportunity to actually evaluate the agreement itself because it just reactivated in January when the restrictions lifted, and for 2 years we haven't really made use of each other's facilities because they've been closed quite a bit. Previous to that, there was very little tracking done, so that is one of the things that our CFO and myself have identified, and was actually, it's on the agenda for the steering committee when we do meet to talk about what tracking mechanisms do we want. In my experience, I've been involved in annual reports that are required through joint use so that we can understand the reciprocity of each other's facilities. So we are tracking ourselves what the SD is using our facilities for, and I do know that they track, but we've never reported on it. Anecdotally, I would suggest that the school district's use of SCRD facilities is much larger than our use of SD facilities. Several reasons for that, one of which is that it's often challenging to use the school at a time that is convenient due to all the activities that they have going on themselves. So the other thing is that the school district has the right to cancel a booking if their needs are priority over the regional districts. And so what happens if you've scheduled a pre-registered program for 8 to 10 weeks, and then 2 of those weeks all of a sudden get canceled? It creates challenges. So anyways, we will work through that, because I still agree that it's a great way to make use of publicly owned facilities. So lots to come, lots of work to do in this area, and I do look forward to the first meeting of the steering committee to just go back through the agreement and bring it back to the forefront for everybody.
Director Seegers.
Thank you. One of the things that I've noticed over the years is this is actually a function that all participants contribute to. So District of Sechelt, Town of Gibsons, we all contribute to this, and yet the joint use agreement is only between, currently, the SCRD and the school district. So I don't have the agreement in front of us. It's not part of this package, and I don't want it to expire. But I think that is something that needs to be addressed going forward. I know I talked to some of our staff, and they had no idea that we were even part of this function. So there needs to be some more exploration and potentially some expansion of that, so that school district potentially could use some of the District of Sechelt's facilities as well as part of, booking meetings, et cetera. Currently, they pay us, but that could be part of this agreement and vice versa. So you could add that to the agenda as well for conversation. Thanks.
Go ahead, GM.
And certainly, thank you for the point. It's a good one, and I think that's the role of the steering committee, is to review that agreement and bring forward any recommendations that they would like to see at that time. So, noted, will be added to the agenda.
Go ahead.
I'll move the recommendations as on page 35.
Okay, and do I have a seconder for that? I see a seconder. I will make the comment of having sat on the Joint Use Steering Committee for almost 14 years now, from 2 different sides. It's in a really good place from where it was, and I totally agree with what Director Seeger said about expanding it more. Wherever we can make best use of publicly owned facilities is phenomenal, and it's just that's what these public facilities are for. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, GM. And hopefully meeting will happen soon. Okay, up next, we have Annex I, number 10 on your agenda package, the Gibsons and District Aquatic Facility Lease Agreement. And once again, over to GM Gagnon, please.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure, actually, to bring this lease agreement forward today and to hopefully bring to a close a very long-standing, outstanding task. This lease agreement aligns with the principles that were originally agreed to by both the Town of Gibsons and the SCRD, and is also consistent with the operating practices of the past 15 years. Staff have met with the Town of Gibsons administration to review the draft lease, and would recommend that the board provide their support to execute the formal lease agreement accordingly. The principles of the agreement are noted in your report and are consistent with the other agreements that we have with our facilities, and so I'm comfortable bringing this forward at this time. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Director Ties, please.
Yeah, thank you, staff. And I guess my question is around the retirement of these facilities. I guess that would be the Sunshine Coast Arena as well. Does that belong to the District of Sechelt, and are we leasing from them? And if we don't renew the lease, does that mean the SCRD just walks away from those retirement obligations? So that's my question.
Go ahead, GM.
Yes, thank you, Director Ties, through the chair, for the question. That's a really good question. As I examine the various lease agreements that we have, which are well over 300, I think, in community services alone, we have different obligations in each agreement. the Sunshine or Seashelt, the SCA, as I call it, which I never remember if it's Sunshine Coast Arena or Seashelt and Community Arena, but the arena in Seashelt, for example, does hold us to a retirement obligation that if desired by the District of Seashelt, the SCRD will demolish and dispose of the building. So every agreement is a little bit different. In this particular agreement, we are suggesting that the town of Gibsons is the ultimate owner of the building, and at the end of the lease agreement, it will turn back over to the town of Gibsons. So we are responsible for it while we operate it, but at the end of the agreement, it becomes the property of the town of Gibsons. So it's included in our capital renewal plan, but there is no asset disposal obligation on that one.
Okay, well, Director Beamish?
No, it's good to see. I mean, I look at the dates on this, 2006, I was 2007, I was a CAO at the time. This memorandum was probably evolved from, and I remember all the angst around that. So good to see us finally coming forward, and we'll finally get it signed. It certainly is an asset that is well used in Gibsons. Now, if we can get the water use agreement, joint water use agreement signed, that would be the next one to work forward on. That was also working with John France when I was CAO. Still not signed.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to move the recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Okay, and do I see seconder? Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations on page 37? Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, next up, we have the report. So we are on number 11 on your package, and this is the Junior B Hockey Franchise, and it is pages 38A through J, and we will go over to our GM of Community Services.
Thank you once again, Chair. At the June 9th Committee of the Whole, staff was directed to work with the delegation that presented their idea to bring a Junior B franchise to the Sunshine Coast, and to further explore with that group and report back to the board. I want to start by thanking Stu Frizzell and Rick Hopper for their time and cooperation over the last 2 weeks, which has been fairly intense. So I appreciate their willingness to answer my texts and my phone calls and my emails at various times during the day and days. And as we've worked together over the past 2 weeks, I've tried to garner enough information and understanding related to their proposal to put this report together in front of you and to outline the pieces that are germane right now to where we're at in this process. There are various considerations within their proposals, there's various parties that will need to be involved, and there are various implications to all of those parties. The Sunshine Coast Junior Hockey Society and the Sunshine Coast Hockey Group are requesting today that the board support their proposal in principle so that they can present it with confidence to the Pacific Junior Hockey League at their AGM this coming Saturday. The board is not being asked to approve or commit to anything today, but rather, again, are being asked to support in principle the various elements of the franchise proposal and discussions. The various elements of the proposal that at this point are critical to continue on with their proposal and their discussions. And if directed to do so, staff will continue to work with the group to come to further develop those legal documentation that would be ultimately required to come back to the board for approval. Understanding which of the consideration the board is willing to support today in principle at this time will inform those discussions and the documentation that is developed afterwards. After staff have addressed any questions that you might have about the report, I would like to suggest that we use attachment A to facilitate the conversation so that the board can go through the considerations of each element separately and provide direction for staff. The decision points will be used to formulate the resolution for the board, for the board's consideration. I hope that makes sense. I'll do my best to answer questions and to help us navigate through this process. And with that, I'll turn it back for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, GM Gangong. Can I get you to turn your camera on too, please? Sorry. We'll just let you get through the whole meeting without being the unembodied voice. Thank you so much. Okay, Director Beamish, I see your hand up, but I don't know if that was from the last item or not.
It was. I do have something to say about this item, but I can wait my turn.
Oh, well, it can be your turn right now because your hand is up and you're the only one up. So I'll get you to turn on your mic and go right ahead and ask
I
a
will
question.
do that. I'm going to go to the last page. I'm going to go to the very last item on the table then. That's section, page 38I. Enter into discussion with the town of Gibsons regarding the implication of the current agreement with the SCRD. NA. We have got our own process we have to go through. This is a disposition of land. We can't initiate that until after the application is received from the regional district with very specific requirements as to what's happening, as well as if we're amending the current lease. We have to look at that too, because that's a continuation of a disposition that was already approved in the past. So there's a number of things we have to do from a legal perspective. I don't know if it requires any change to the service agreement, and I'm sure your staff here would know more about that, as to how that, because that's an important part. I don't imagine it triggers a service review, but if there's a service agreement change, it's and then understanding what the financial implications are. Are there financial implications to the taxpayers of the town of Gibsons in terms of the service costs? Either a waiving of revenues that would support the service and reduce the overall cost of service. Would then have to be taken up by the taxpayers, or how would that work? Just kind of a challenge that we have here in this process. Your consideration has to be whether or not you're granting a disposition or granting a favor to a commercial venture, and how you deal with that. That's your legal side of things, because that's the contract with them is between them and the SCRD, not between them and the town of Gibsons. Our contract is with the SCRD as well. So we can't do anything until we get the proposal to the town of Gibsons, and then of course there's the building permits and building inspection and all that process. October is extremely optimistic for a construction start date, given that we are going to take August off, and I already have councillors disappearing for weeks at a time right now. So we support the project. We support it, like to see it go ahead. One thing we did ask when the proponents met with us was that they have council would like to see a memorandum of agreement with the other current ice users or facility users, so there's no confusion in the future as to who agreed to what. And so that if the skating group knows what they might give up or might gain through the process, and that the pickleball users know what they might lose or might gain through the process. I mean, we just need to see that in writing so that a year from now, we're not saying, surprise, you don't have the ice time you thought you had, and that's very important. And having some kind of a written agreement or understanding with those groups, so we can see what's gone on in the background. So that's it for now. So thank you.
Okay, so I think it's a fair point to add into the challenges on that last block there on page 38I that it is Town of Gibson's, so TOG processes.
Yeah, we've got to follow the community charter process for advertising, and that's 2 successive advertisements before we come back to council for agreement. So it's probably a 3-week process once we get the application and consider it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for those notes. So I'm going to go back to what our GM had suggested. We're going to start off with, are there any questions on the report itself? And then we will go to the table on pages 38I and J. So I see Director McMahon and Director Ties. Anything on the report itself?
Well, I'm generally asking about timelines here, because this is optimistic, I think, is an understatement. But, so, if we make the decision now, the group goes to their presentation on the weekend. When do they hear back whether they have been accepted or not? Let's start there.
Yeah, so I'll go to GM because I know I read it somewhere, but I can't.
Thank you for the question. It's on-
38B, thank you.
It's actually on the second page of the report, outlines. So I think, if I may just take this opportunity, I understand and I agree timelines are very aggressive. But the timelines for the group to put in their proposal are set in terms of, for consideration of next year. And in order for them to do that, they need to know that this group in principle is supporting the direction that we're headed. And there are some philosophical type of questions that the board needs to answer in order to decide whether they support in principle some of the further discussions, right? So you're not agreeing to anything today because you're not signing anything. So at the end of the day, until the agreements are signed, you're actually not committing to anything, but you are saying that you support continuing down the pathway of these principles that are included within the proposal. So what needs to happen, and it's in the report later on, one of the things that we need to do with this group is we need to sit down and plot out timelines. We need to plot out decision points. We need to indicate the points where we go back to the respective authorities, whether it's the town of Gibson's, SCRD, because all of those parties have a point in time where they need to make a decision, and there's documentation that goes with all of that. We're working with, basically 10 days that we've worked together. The goalpost even changed within that 10 days in terms of different ideas. I don't have a business proposal yet from the group. They're working on that. I'll get that hopefully by the beginning of July. So, I agree there's lots of pressure in terms of timelines, and so I'm going to attempt to try and bring this one step at a time. And at this point in time, Saturday is the date they either need to make their pitch or not. And if you don't agree with where they're headed in terms of even the idea around an addition to the facility, an idea around exclusive use of that space, those points that I've outlined in the last page, if you don't agree with those, that influences the conversations that will carry on tomorrow, or it'll shut down the proposal. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And then if you approve in principle of enough of these considerations that they can still make their pitch on Saturday, then they make their pitch and we carry on with the conversation. If there's enough of those principles that you don't support, they might not be in a position to make the pitch, I think is kind of where we're at today, if that helps.
Okay, I have Director Seegers and then Director Ties.
Thank you. I'm just looking at those now. I just want to make sure it's covered off in here then. So one of the things I don't see in your table here is the funding piece. So it talks about entering negotiations for a long-term agreement to provide the society the rights to sell advertising at the SCRD's recreational facilities and bus shelters. But I think the financing piece or the revenues, expenses, et cetera, are bigger than that. It talks about no cost, et cetera. So we actually have to agree that at this point, if we are saying we're agreeing in principle, we would agree to potentially support the company's exclusive use of the addition at no cost? Like, how far are we going down the road right now? What if at some point in the future, the financial piece just doesn't work?
GM?
Thank you. So on attachment A, the very first thing that we start with is that you would agree to, in principle, entering negotiations with the society to finance and construct and design, not in that order, obviously, finance, design, and construct the additions and the upgrades as outlined in the report. So you're basically saying, yeah, we agree with, in principle, that we're actually going to add a piece onto the building. Then the second point is that part of that is engaging an architect with demonstrated experience. The third point is that there'll be that conceptual design so that we're not limiting our opportunities in the future for expansion. Knowing that that building is being constructed for the sole use, for mainly, other than the second floor viewing area, for the sole use of the Junior B franchise, you're also then saying that you support entering into negotiations to support that exclusive use of a building, knowing that we're going to assume the ongoing operating costs. And let me check the next one. The next point is at no cost to the Junior B, because they want the space for free in return for building it. So knowing that we're going to assume the ongoing operating costs of that space, do you want to enter into a lease agreement for free with them? And then in the only way that the society can identify today to make money to pay back the investors is that you are also going to allow them the right to sell advertising. So without advertising, they don't have a revenue stream to be able to pay back their investors. If they build it, they're building it on the condition that the Junior B get exclusive use of it. If you don't like that and you want them to pay a lease agreement, that changes a pro forma, right? So each piece is something that you need to consider that you agree with or not in principle, because it will inform the business case of the society, the business case of the company, and the ultimate agreements that might be developed at the end. Did that help?
Yep.
Thank you.
It's laddering. It's scaffolding.
It is somewhat, and yet they're interconnected, right? Because the first one is, do you agree with building a building for the Junior B exclusive use? And if you do, then it is coupled with the fact that they want the building for exclusive use at no cost, but you take on the operating. So if you don't agree with one of those pieces, we just need to indicate, I go back, and they either change their pro forma or they go, we're out.
Okay, Director Ties on the report, or do you want to, is everybody ready to start on the table yet? Go ahead.
All right. Here's my concerns, my major concern is around, what we have on the docket from staff with regards to what is actually in our strategic plan and the amount of work that we've already loaded staff with. This isn't in our strategic plan, and we're asking a lot from staff already. And so while I support this idea, and I think that it's a good idea, I am personally not opposed to potentially, having the applicants compete with other applications for the sake of, taking the foot off the gas pedal. And so I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. I'm personally, there's a lot of nuance to all of these in principle, support in principle, things that I don't feel can be answered today in this meeting. And so I'm personally hesitant to support this at this point in time. I mean, we could discuss this for 2 or 3 hours and still get no further. So these are my thoughts right now.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, I have a lot of reservations too. This is come kind of out of nowhere, has already, as Director Tice pointed out, had a considerable impact on staff time. I mean, we already have sunk costs in here in terms of staff time. I don't know how much, but I would say, you know, a fair bit. We also don't have a lot of plans and policies in place. Like, we don't have any plan for the expansion of this facility, although we've been aware for a long time that it actually does make sense to expand it in the future. I know that we don't have a facility booking policy, and I'm guessing we probably don't have an advertising policy. So, you know, we're trying to invent and the relationship between the SCRD and the town and a private corporation and a nonprofit society is complicated and frankly confusing. So, you know, I'm having an enormous problem with this, and I really don't like being under the gun. You know, I keep thinking, marry in haste, repent at leisure. So that's where I am.
You got that from my life playbook, didn't you? Director Beamish.
Yeah, I think that one of the challenges we all face is that there's just so many unknowns on this project yet. I mean, even in terms of building 10,000 square feet on the south side of the arena, I'm not aware there's any servicing on that side of the arena. You don't have the washrooms on that side of the arena, so it's a blank wall. So you're going to have to service it. There's probably going to be DCC implications. The town's going to be asked to waive, I'm sure. In terms of expanding the facility to put in a viewing area or even more seats, we're going to have to address the parking issues as well. So, I mean, these are things that our staff will come back with. I'm just concerned about the timing, that's all. And I don't think they're insurmountable if somebody's throwing money at it. But it just becomes one of timing. An October start build date, to me, it's just unrealistic given where we are today, that's all. I wish them well.
Director Seekers?
Thank you. My concern is around the build date as well. I think if we go through the table as GM Gagnon has put together, I think it'll be clear about what we can support, what we can't support, what questions we still have, and then it's going to be up to the proponents. And if they're okay with moving forward with us saying we don't know about this piece or we don't know about that piece, that'll be up to them. So I'm willing to work through the table and see where we come out on the end.
I think, yeah, and that's what I'd like to do is go through the table because this will really focus everything. Director McMahon, do you have a question first? Okay.
Yes, sorry, I'm still trying to get my head around who's doing what to whom here. So I presume that the private company makes money by selling tickets to the game. Is that how they're supposed to make their money? But it looks like it's the society that's building the addition, and they are financing that by advertising? I'm still trying to figure this out.
GM?
Thank you. It is confusing. I've spent a week and a half trying to get my head around it, so I appreciate that you've had less than 24 hours to read the report. So thank you for indulging me in a late report. So allow me if I may. So the society has formed to have a relationship to garner investors and money to build the addition and the upgrades that are required. So the agreement will be between the society and the investors for that. SCRD would obviously have to build in some safeguards on their own risk management, but okay, so that relationship is between the society and the investors. Then the society needs to pay back their investors somehow over a period of time. And what they're proposing, and I'll see it obviously more clearly perhaps when I get their business plan, is that they want to sell advertising. They want the right to sell advertising in our buildings to which they'd give us a percentage back, but then they would be privy to the rest of the profits in order to pay their investors back. So the triangular relationship there is, without the ability to sell advertising, they have no way of generating revenue at this point to pay back investors. The investors, or the company, is created to get the franchise and run the company. And they will garner revenue through ticket sales, through, there's money that comes in, I'm sure, through web streaming and different things. Concession sales, they'll want to run a concession. They might want to run a beer gardens. That's how they'll garner. They might get sponsorships for their team, right? So that's how they'll generate revenue, but there's no implication to the SCRD in how they run their business, other than their business plan has the use of the facility that they're building for free. So if we didn't agree with that, that would be a cost that we would be asking them to consider in their business plan, which is a change for them.
Right, but it's not the company that built the building, it's the society that built the building?
That's correct. So the society and the society is actually a shareholder in the company. So there's a relationship that exists there. And the only reason the company exists, the society exists, is to do the building. Okay?
Almost like a booster club,
Yeah, well,
kind of, well,
I don't want to put a name to
Yeah.
it, but, that's what they're doing. They'll have the investors, they'll manage the build, they'll design it, and they'll pay back their investors. They just need our permission to add to the building, because ultimately it becomes the SCRD/TOGs.
Okay. Director Seegers?
Thank you. I guess what I don't see, and you've indicated the business plan will come in the next few weeks, I take it. If it's saying here that so if the society is a shareholder of the company, and the company's requesting free rent, basically, of the space, of the constructed change rooms for 20 years, I'm assuming the company will be making money. So could the company not pay back the shareholders from money that the company is making?
I don't believe that's the way they're going to structure their relationship. So the company, and again, I hope I don't butcher this. I think I've met with Stu and Rick enough, and they were comfortable with the fact checking of my report. The company exists for the franchise, and their pro forma is around what it's going to take to run the franchise. And a consideration that they would need to make within their pro forma is, what payments do we have? What expenses do we have? And the way it's been presented to them is that there will be no expenses to them to use the space, because that the society is building the space, and the agreement with us is that they build the space, and in return for them building the space, we agree to give it for free to the company.
Sorry, follow-up, but we're not.
Oh, that's what they're asking for.
Right,
If you
that's
don't
what-
agree with that,
right.
then I have to go back, and
Right.
that might change some of their business plan.
Right, but so we're basically saying, you build it, we'll give you revenue to pay off what you've invested, and the company that's going to come in is not going to pay us anything for the use of the space. So we're giving up revenue. I mean, this is the way I'm reading it. We're giving up revenue, additional maybe, over top of what we are currently making for advertising, and not getting revenue from a business using the space that we're maintaining.
And taking on the operating expenses of the addition.
Okay. We need to talk about this piece by
Yeah.
piece.
Okay, I have Director Beamish and then Director Toth, but I'd really like to get into
Yeah,
this
sure.
because I think this is going to really focus. So once again, if it's on the report, then let's talk about that. Otherwise, let's maybe get into the table and go through all of these items, because we might come to the first question, and if our answer is no, then everything else is moot,
Yeah.
is the way I'm reading this, yes. So, Director Beamish or Director Toth, do you want to address anything before we go into the table?
Just on the last words that were said there, is a line of me, operating costs. I assume that to operate this, we're going to have more staff requirement time and more maintenance requirement time for the facility. And depreciation. We have a union staff. If we're having to add that, that's just a cost on the taxpayer. And that's what I'm concerned about, is that the taxpayers who own the facility and who pay for it through their taxes aren't added more cost to a commercial operation. And I can appreciate, look, if I had that, probably more if Director Toth had, or Director Ties had this operation, you buy the franchise, you make money down the road when you sell the franchise. You know, and those, you've seen these franchises, they've talked about how they're increasing in value, so that we are enabling that to happen. So I just mentioned that.
Okay, Director Toth?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a simple one based on the comments that Director Seegers had made, or the questions there. They're not receiving the entire facility for free. They're still paying for the ice time, I think I'd read that somewhere, but I can't see it now. I just wanted that clarified.
Thank you. Yes, you are correct. So the company will still have to follow our allocation procedures. They will still have to put in permit requests every year. The one point, and again, it wasn't a critical one to me, but they're asking for to be defined as an adult or a youth, in order to have the fees and charges assigned to them instead of a commercial fee, because a commercial fee is much higher from an ice perspective. But yes, they are paying for their ice. They would pay for other spaces in the building if they used it. So if they rented any of the rooms, they would pay just like any other user group would pay.
Thank you. And then just one final follow-up is that because our ice rates are set based on cost recovery of that facility, increases in cost in that facility should result in increased costs for the ice time itself that they're paying. Is that when we do a review of the rates?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the final statement you made, because we do need a review of our fees and charges in recreation. If I recall, the last time they were updated was pre-2015. So it's on my radar for next year. That being said, I would also suggest that our rates are not set on cost recovery. I would suggest that no public recreation facility is set on cost recovery. It's a blend between user fee and tax subsidization, and that is your service level. That something we have to talk about next year if we were to look at fees and charges. But my suggestion would be that no matter where we go with our fees and charges, all our user groups, Junior B included, would be subject to that.
Director Hiltz?
Thanks. On the report, the reviewed by, I don't see legislative services had reviewed this. So my big question, is the SCRD even entitled under legislation to enter into agreement with a business, assistance to business? Are we even in our lane? Has this been reviewed at all?
Thank you for the question. So our corporate officer was involved in the various conversations over the past couple of weeks. She was gone before she could review the report. She's on annual leave. So we have looked at legislative requirements. I also had a legal review of this and of the situation, and there's nothing in there in my report that is cause for concern at this point in time. So the agreement that we would be entering into with the company is around the lease of the space. And you can lease your space to whoever you want. It's the rates that you need to determine what those are. So there's nothing that stops us from leasing a space to a commercial company.
Okay. All right. We're going to start on the table. And thank you, GM. I understand. It's a lot of information to get to us, and we appreciate it's very comprehensive in everything you've done here. So, so let's start off. I guess what we'll do is I'm going to look for a show of hands for yes, no on every item here on the table. Or we'll start with item number 1, which is enter into negotiations with the Society regarding the design, financing, and construction of the addition and upgrades to the GACC. Yes.
Okay, so this doesn't say they're building it, doesn't say we're building it, it just says we're going to get into conversation with them around the design, financing, and construction. Is that correct? Or are we assuming from this that they are building it?
So thank you, and I would like to clarify that the points in the table are a reflection of the body of the report. So in the body of the report, it does specify roles and responsibilities. And the role of the society is to design, finance, and construct the addition and the upgrades.
Okay. Does that satisfy your questions? Okay. So if I could have indication of yes to item number 1 here. I see 1, 2, 3. I would say if I would agree to entering into the negotiations. So that's 4 versus 3. So, okay. So that's yes into entering into the negotiations. So the second point is require that the society engage an architect with demonstrated experience in designing arenas and recreational facilities. Yes? Okay, question first.
Theme of my day, I see nothing here about GHG emissions, zero, net zero ready, anything like that. Just going to point that out.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you for the question. Again, within the body of the report, and this table is not, it's not all-encompassing of all the recommendations that are in the report. So perhaps part of our resolution needs to also suggest that those are supported. So in the body of the report, it talks about having a representative of the SCRD sitting on the planning committee. And then with the conversation and the lens that we just talked about earlier this morning, everything we do needs to have that lens. And so that would be what we would be bringing to the table. That being said, if the board wants to make that a requirement of that group that they have to design to some standard, we can certainly do that. And that can be part of the negotiations.
Okay. All right. And I should have noted that Director Lee will not be voting on this because he is within Area A. So yeah. Yes, go ahead.
That was the other question I had. I'm sorry. And I apologize because I had a really busy day yesterday, so I did not read this report as well as I should have. But so at this point, I take it it's only the 4 rural, no, wait, Gibson's is in the functions. So it's, and Seashell, so that's what we're voting. When it goes to the board, if this has financial implications, does everybody vote on it?
Thank you for the question. I would suggest that when it goes to the, I would suggest that what you're agreeing to is principles. In principle, you're agreeing to pieces of their proposal. At this point in time, the financial implication, I am not able to outline what that is, but I would suggest that what you're agreeing to is my time, probably others within the organization's time, probably some legal fees, in terms of helping us get to a point where we have more information that can be bringing forward. But you're not committing to the build, the expense, any of that right now. Thank you.
CFO?
Yeah, just not sure if our deputy corporate officer is there, but this would probably constitute under the administration of the service. And so that likely would not go to all board members because we're not amending the financial plan or whatnot.
Director Lee, did you have a question? Or was that taken care of?
It's probably too tough a question, so I shouldn't ask. I was just wondering, when we're talking about allocating overall SCRD resources, and we're not talking financial at this time, I'm kind of confused as to why I wouldn't be getting a vote on this one, because it could be my projects that are being sidelined here. So,
Yeah. Go ahead, Deputy Corporate Officer.
So, in regards to the establishment of a potential service, that could default to the corporate vote, so all directors, one vote each.
Yeah, I don't think we're.
Sorry, it's not that, though. We're not establishing a new service. We're within the existing service.
Okay, but we're entering into a corporate contract and negotiations. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, because this is all in principle. All right, so it's within the service. So, Director Lee?
as long as you don't cancel my projects, I don't mind if I don't have a vote.
Okay. So we'll go back to the table. Yes, Director Seegers.
Sorry, just a point of information. Director Beamish and I have an event that has now been moved to 1:20, but we will need to leave here to make that on time. It'll be very short, but we'll need to go for that.
Okay,
Thanks.
so we need you out of here at 1 o'clock. Okay. All right, so let's get through this table then, please. Okay, so the second one again, I'll go back. Require that the society engage an architect with demonstrated experience in designing arenas and recreational facilities. All those for yes? Great, that carries. Require that a conceptual design be completed prior to approval of the addition that demonstrates how the addition would be compatible with the future expansion of the facility. All those in favor, raise hand yes? Yes. Okay, support the SCRD assuming ongoing operating and capital renewal costs for addition and upgrades. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I just want to note on those first 3 points, I would highly recommend the town of Gibson be involved at an early stage because of the bylaws that we have in terms of the construction and servicing and DCCs and all that sort of thing. Don't want to have to then submit it to the town of Gibson to get a bunch of surprises. We have a new level 3 building inspector who I think is quite capable and or staff to work with but in order to facilitate the movement of this through, it's great if those staff knew what was coming.
Okay, so why don't I just move to the last one on the table to just address those concerns right now? GM Gagnon?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That was going to be my suggestion, but I think maybe what I want to do is expand that point to say enter into discussions with the town of Gibsons regarding implications. Leave it at that, because it's not just about our agreement with the SCRD, it's about the implications to land, development, et cetera. So if we just enter into discussions with the town of Gibsons regarding the proposal.
Regarding the proposal?
Yeah.
Okay,
Does
so-
that suffice, Director Beamish?
Yeah, as long as you can get
Microphone, please.
as long as you can get the town of Gibson staff involved at an early stage, that's the key.
Yes, thank you. And I have been in discussions with your CAO, and he is awaiting to hear back from me. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we, that's the last piece on the table, so why don't we just vote on that now and just get it out of the way, and then that way that will alleviate some of Director Beamish's concerns or maybe highlight him that there might be others. Enter into discussions with the town of Gibsons regarding the proposal. So all those in favor? Great. Thank you. Okay, so going back to point number 4, support the SCRD assuming ongoing operating and capital renewal costs for the addition and upgrades. All those in favor? Okay, sir. Okay, we'll have a question.
So I don't see how this can stand on its own. I mean, I see that you've got it separate here, but we can't just say we're going to take on extra costs without knowing what the revenues to us are going to be.
I'll go to the GM and then over to Director Tice.
Yes, thank you. So I think what I was trying to say with this one is that in the report, I talk about the revenues from the additional ice rentals. That'll be new revenues that we don't have. There will be some corresponding expenditures that are related to that for sure, but it's new revenue. But if we're going to permit the addition, we're suggesting that it's going to be ours. So we are saying that we agree to the addition and taking it over, which means ultimately we're responsible for operating in capital. There's the next point, I think, or two points, is that you support the company's exclusive use of the addition at no cost. So maybe that's where we can talk about, or maybe we add a point that talks about how do we generate revenue from that space. But ultimately, if it's our space, we're going to have to operate and own it, or do you want the society to? Because it's attached to our facility. So without staff in our facility, because of the rules around the ammonia plant, nobody else can be in the facility. So nobody else can operate that piece without us being there anyways, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. The Director Ties, that's your title.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of questions around this subject. What is the expansion going to look like? Are they going to have hot tubs? Are they going to have extensive AV equipment that we need to maintain? Are they going to, how many washroom facilities and showers are going to be there? Is there going to be a lounge that we need to upkeep? Like, these are all questions that add huge amounts of costs. So we don't know what the costs are. We don't know what the revenues are. I can't agree to this at this point in time. I'm sorry.
Oops. Director Seegers.
Thank you. I think what I heard GM Gagnon say is we have to decide whether or not we would operate it or we would have them or somebody else operate it. And given the WorkSafe BC, et cetera, regarding the ammonia plant, if we say we're not going to operate it, it's not happening because they can't operate it. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. So nobody can be in that space outside of having an operator in the space, like in the building. We can't open the GAC. I can't have a cashier in the building to open up that weight room unless I have an operator because of the ammonia plant. So if someone else is operating a part of our building, there still are costs to us. That would actually be very little different than if we actually did it ourselves. So I'm suggesting I wouldn't recommend that we permit someone else to operate a piece of our building, especially because of the complexities around the WorkSafe pieces that are in the building. In terms of what we're approving to, you're approving in principle that when it's built, we will assume operations of it. In the body of the report, I talked about what the additions are, which you will also get to approve because you will see that before anything happens anyways, but it's change room space. It's not a complex, it's like an office building, so no hot tubs. I'm sure they'd love one. The team would probably really love that. Be a good selling point for their proposal. But ultimately, this all comes back to you for approval. It's just trying to, again, help us direct the conversation in the future.
Okay. That's okay.
Also, there's the retirement cost, right? Like, if we build anything, then there is a retirement obligation associated with it. And it's, we haven't got there, but, what happens if the team disappears or the nonprofit association disappears? Then we have a building that was built for a purpose, and the purpose isn't there anymore, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, on the challenge column, ongoing expense, all that risk is assumed with the regional district. Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Oh, GM Gagnon. Trying to track who has hands up all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, You know, I guess I just wanted to make the point that the society is really looking at this as a longer term benefit to the SCRD in the event that we do twin. You know, it's still space that could be a part of it, right? And when you twin, it is nice to kind of have that anchor tenant, maybe with a junior B team. It is a benefit to the coast to bring that. And so what they're trying to do is position it to be as little cost to the SCRD as possible, but recognizing that, you know, there are ongoing costs. But you know, they're trying to come to the table as much as they can, but recognize there will be ongoing costs and implications to the SCRD. But they do view it very much as a benefit in the long run, of which I'll be honest, I've said to them, I do struggle a little bit with an exclusive space isn't really necessarily a community benefit. But if that team disappeared in the future, it is our space. We can repurpose it. We can rent it out for different reasons. We could incorporate it into an expansion and it becomes additional change rooms for a twinned arena. So you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, how you want to view it. But it really then goes back to the economic benefit, community benefit, social benefit that a junior B franchise might bring to the community.
Okay, Director Beamish?
In terms of financing, GM, they are clear they could not mortgage the space or borrow against that, the improvements. Okay, thank you.
Yes, they are.
Okay, well, I will put it to the question again. I know we did this once already to crickets, but okay, go ahead, Director Toth.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to real quick state, I've had technical difficulties. I've blue screened out on the surface. I am still here. I'll still be voting. I'm not on screen anymore. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you for stating that. So support the SCRD assuming ongoing operating and capital renewal costs for the additions and upgrades. All those in favor? Hands up, please.
I have trouble with the word support at this stage in time. I guess that...
If you could put your mic on, please.
Yeah, I have trouble with the word support at this stage in time, as opposed to, and I wonder if there's a different term we could use here, is that, and I realized I had to look back up the top that says support in principle for these considerations, and maybe if we add the word in principle, it's I could add that, but once we say, well, we support this,
Okay.
then we're no longer in principle.
Okay, I was going to suggest support in principle.
Yeah,
You'd be okay with the wording support in principle. Okay, so let's go back then. Support in principle, the SCRD, assuming ongoing operating and capital renewal costs for the addition and upgrades. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we've got a majority, so we'll say yes. Next up, enter into negotiations that would support the company's exclusive use of building addition, change rooms, and other ancillary spaces. Are there any questions on this or any change to the language that you would like before we vote yes or no? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay. So that carries. Next up, support the company's exclusive use of the addition at no cost. Before we vote on this, are there any questions for clarity or comments? Changes in language? In principle. Director Beamish, in principle. Support in principle the company's exclusive use of the addition at no cost. Director Seegers.
Sorry, I just have to say I can't support this at this time. I don't have the business case. I don't know what the financial impact is to the SCRD. I can't support this. And this may be something that we could revisit down the road. I mean, I'm sure we will revisit it at some point down the road, but I can't support it at this time.
Okay.
I don't know what our costs are.
Okay. Director Hiltz.
Are maybes okay in this box? Because this is a maybe, the indecision.
So this is the.
Nope, they don't want, okay. No maybes.
So it's a yes, no at this time, but with the commentary that once a business case that we could revisit this. GM?
Thank you. I'm going to suggest you try to do a yes or no, because if the answer is no, it just means I go back and we are talking. We're just talking differently. What are the implications to the company if they have to pay or this, whatever, like, and so we can have those discussions. But in principle, if you don't agree that they get the space for free, then that's good to know now. We need to know that now.
All right. So I'm going to call the question on that. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so that's a no. Enter into negotiations for a long-term agreement to provide the society the rights to sell advertising at the SCRD's recreational facilities and bus shelters. So I'm going to comment that I do have a problem with this at all the recreational facilities. It's because I do believe that could spill into Area A as well. And but all of our recreational facilities and bus shelters, I'm not entirely in favor of that at this time, personally. Jam, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to comment on this one. Certainly, we can set parameters on this area if we want, and we can be very specific into what we're willing to entertain. So outside of having a business plan, again, what I've asked the society to do is provide me their list of inventory of what it is they think they're going to sell. Because the other concern that we might have is what will the facility look like at the end of the day if we've got advertising in every single nook and cranny, right? And you're right, we don't, we don't have a policy. That doesn't mean that one's not coming in terms of protecting your image, your public image in the community. And so there's lots of intricacies around this that we can put into the negotiation. But the basic principle is, right now, the only place that the SCRD actively sells advertising is in our arenas, the 2 arenas, and we actively sell arena boards. About 24 boards per facility, because that's all you can see from the limited view. So we do have a stream of revenue that we get every year from the sale of those boards. By turning over the ability for a group to sell advertising, there could be far more revenue. I think it is a fairly untapped area. We don't have resources dedicated to it. So it's really a question of, if you want to get into the advertising game, do you want to take the risk of having to have all the resources in order to try and get a revenue that's not guaranteed? Or do you want to contract it out, have set parameters around a guaranteed source of revenue, like a 20% kickback or whatever? No risk around whether it sells or not, because you're getting the revenue and a minimal amount. That's really what this is about. And then to set the parameters around what inventory you're permitting them to sell is the next stage. And I don't have a business plan with that inventory yet, but I think it would be something that would be another decision point for the board at that point in time. But in principle, are we okay with permitting them that source of revenue in our facilities? I actually didn't put that we get a percentage back, so perhaps we should put that in the, as long as there's some revenue back to the organization, perhaps that should be part of what you're supporting in principle.
Yeah, it is. There is 20%, I believe.
I think it's just in the column around what the advantages are. I don't believe it's actually into the.
I thought I had seen it somewhere.
It's in the report, but it's not in this particular statement.
I had Director Ties, Toth, and then Beamish, and I'm also looking at the time because Director Seegers and Beamish have to be in an event in Seashelt here in a few minutes. And so I'm gonna, we need to have you both here for the discussion. So I'm wondering if it's just best to maybe adjourn, or not adjourn, but recess. I don't know if we can, we're having so many conversations, and this is important, and it's also very time sensitive, and it needs to be done before board today. So. We can start board late. To allow staff time, yeah. But your event's at 1:20. Okay, why don't we recess till 1:45? because that gives you a bit more time. And then we also have that closed portion.
So our board will start late.
Board will start late today, so
Okay.
tentatively 3 o'clock maybe? Okay. All right.
Motion to recess to 1:45?
Motion to recess to 1:45. Seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Keep my hand up.
Oh, yes. Thank you, staff, for this, and also to the attendees for your patience. thank you, everyone, and welcome back to the Committee of the Whole for June 23rd, 2022. And we're just reconvening now and finishing up our agenda. So there's, before we go back into the item that we were on, I just also want to flag for directors to also take a look at page 38F. There's a few of those conditions that didn't make it into the table that we can go and discuss when we're done the table. So it's just in that in the second paragraph, and that's also page 6 of 10 of the report or 38F of the agenda. So, but for now, we are going to go back into the agenda. And the item we were on is enter into negotiations for a long-term agreement to provide the Society the rights to sell advertising at the SCRD's recreational facilities and bus shelters. We had not yet voted on this, and there was one question I came up with during the break that I wanted to pose to the GM. And was this also for buses or just the bus shelters?
Thank you for the opportunity to provide clarification. It's just bus shelters. We don't have the right to sell advertising in our buses. That's BC Transit's through our agreement, our master agreement.
Okay, and directors, were there any other questions with that? Oh, sorry, I'll go to Director Beamish.
Yes, I apologize, my computer's not back up yet. But the question I had on that is in the report, it refers to all advertising. And on this page here, it just refers to the rights to sell advertising. Isn't all advertising? In other words, does anybody else have the right to advertise in the arena or the bus shelters?
Thank you. Probably just late night report writing, use of different language. So the intent is the only organization that sells advertising in our facilities is the SCRD. So this would basically suggest that we're giving the rights to sell our any advertising to the Society. The point of clarification that the board can make and add to this particular item if they want is that they support the idea and principle, but would like to see an inventory of what that advertising is or what is being proposed, that they see that first as well, so that they gain a better understanding of exactly what it is that is being proposed, because I don't have that either. Yep. So the idea is very generic in nature right now.
And just a follow-up on that, for example, could the skating club sell advertising also?
Thank you. Not right now, because nobody else has the rights except for us. If we gave the rights to this group, I would suggest it's this group only.
Okay, I have Director Seegers, and then also Director Ties, I have your name down. I'm not sure if you asked your question before the break or not. So I'll go to Director Seegers first and then.
Thank you. I think we were looking to also, for the break, modify this to indicate that there could be a revenue stream coming back to the regional district from this. And I don't know how you'd want the wording in there.
Go ahead, Jan.
I think that our recording secretary has added some wording to that, so I would ask her to read that, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've just added at the end after bus shelters and the potential revenue returns for the SCRD.
All right, I think that covers that off. Director Ties, anything? Okay. All right. Director Toth?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if it's worth adding, pending the receipt of potential inventory. Because that covers off the conversation of what they can sell.
That sounds like a good amendment on that as well. Okay, do you have that, Tara? Perfect. So that's adding, and if you could help me out now, I've totally, my mind has totally gapped on everything. So the potential inventory and then the potential revenue share. Is that correct, essentially?
Thank you, Chair. I have enter into negotiations for a long-term agreement with an inventory of the advertising proposed to provide the society's right to sell advertising at the SCRD recreational facilities and bus shelters and the potential revenue returns for the SCRD.
Does that work for everyone, that wording? Okay. All right. So we'll do this again with a yes, no. I'm not seeing any other questions for clarity or anything. All those in favor of this? Okay. Yes. Any opposed? Okay. So that passes. Next up, support priority ice allocations to the company for Junior B practice, team practice, and competitions. Director Ties.
Yeah, thank you. I know that higher, it does say that most of the ice time will be during, I believe, midday, which is lower priority times. But I don't want to give them a wholesale. Whoa. A wholesale blanket on ice time allocation and give them priority 24/7. So I'm hesitant to go with as it's written right there.
Any other comments or questions? Sorry, we're just having a little echo here. Director Seegers.
So I'd look to the GM for potential comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. You are correct. I mean, the good news is right now we have ice available. We're not 100% allocated. And the times that this group is looking at needing for practices and competitions actually fit quite well without displacing groups significantly. There will be some displacement, don't get me wrong, but it's actually, interestingly enough, Saturday night isn't high time, which is interesting to me, but I'm learning as I go. So I might suggest, though, that we could have an amendment to this particular sentence that they will need to have some security around competition time. So because the schedule will be put out well in advance, they would need to have that security to know that their games would take priority over other things. So if it would make Director Ties feel a bit more comfortable with the statement, we could get rid of practice and we could put only competition, that we would be willing to support in principle a priority allocation for competition, maybe league competition, if that is a better solution. Thank you.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, actually, that sounds good because as written, it sounds like the team would get priority over all other ice users. And, you know, that's asking an awful lot. There's figure skaters, there's other people.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this one? So we have support priority ice allocations to the company for Junior B competitions. Team competitions? League competitions? Okay. All right. Okay, I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Okay, no opposed. So that goes. Okay. Next up, SCRD explore permitting requirements for liquor sales during competitions. Yes, GM Gagnon.
This is something we haven't actually talked about that is embedded in the report, but again, recognizing that the report was relatively new on your lap, I'll just maybe introduce this one. So right now, of course, our facility is not permitted as a facility for the sale of alcohol. And if there is a group that desires to do so, they have to go out and get their own permit and then adhere to all the requirements around the permit. There has been discussion with the group around whether or not the building could retain the permitting, which is a very different kettle of fish. So I don't know how the board feels about that, but that would be time consuming and we'd need to start that process in terms of understanding what that might look like. So if there's an appetite to do so, then I think we probably need to identify that now. If there is no appetite to do so again, and we want to make the group get their own permit, I just think that's an important part of further conversations. So thank you.
Okay, I have Director McMahon.
I'm going to guess we don't have any policy around alcohol in public facilities other than that groups can ask for permits. And again, is there a, if the SCRD would have to pursue this, would there be like a risk associated with this blanket building permit? And is this usual? You know, I mean, I've got a lot of questions. Sorry.
It's interesting because I'll say from my experience with arenas, granted mostly in other jurisdictions, but a lot of them do have like a lounge area with beverage parlors where you belly up to the bar. But I'll go over to the GM first.
Thank you, Chair. We actually do have an administrative policy on alcohol, and it basically says that if groups want to serve it, they have to go get their own permit and that they have to adhere to all the requirements that I was going to say the ALGCB, but that's Alberta, so that is required in BC. So we would, you know, that's across any SCRD facility. It is fairly standard, especially at Junior B, Junior A, WHL, that there is the sale of alcohol that occurs during games. And we, you know, it is, we do have that in other facilities as well. So I think the difference here is the permitting of the building versus individual permit for an event to sell alcohol. So very different things. The permitting of the building, there would be requirements put on the building. Again, I don't know what BC's regulations are, but in Alberta, there's security, there's certain spaces, there's, you know, you have lots of processes that would need to be put in place, but it's not unheard of. It could be done. It depends on where you want to put the responsibility, on the SCRD, or on the company. Thank you.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, in my limited experience, I know a lot of private facilities like the curling rink that have, you know, a lounge on an ongoing basis, but I haven't run across it in a local government-run recreation facility. Would that be a fair comment or not in BC?
Sorry, yeah, I keep forgetting to turn on my microphone. I would say my experience in Alberta has been, as GM Gagnon has said, like, but it's completely different liquor licensing. And BC's liquor licensing laws are much different and a little more restrictive and antiquated than other jurisdictions in the world. So I don't know, that is something, if we want to pursue it, we can continue to ask staff to, or it can be one of those items that we say, okay, let's park this one for right now and maybe say, hey, you can do it for events or each competition, and we'll explore the whole building one as we go. Anyways, I have Director Toth, Seekers, and then Ties.
Thank you, Chair. I do note that in the table here it says explore. It does not, you know, definitively state one way or the other. I would be hesitant for the SCRD to take on all of the additional expenses relating to permitting the building. But I do also consider there could be opportunities for other renters of the venue. You know, maybe the home show or the quilt guild or, you know, whatever might else be using the facility either during ice time or during dry floor. So there might be a bonus to the rentability of the complex if we already have a site license for the property. Just some thoughts. I am supportive of moving this forward to explore.
Director Seekers.
Thank you. I agree with Director Toth. I don't see that this says the SCRD will take a license, right? Or I think this is explore permitting requirements. I I also think another piece of that is liability. So if we explore permitting requirements for liquor sales during competitions and associated liability, you know, for whoever, right? It would be for, if they take it on, what's our liability, what's their liability? If we take it on, what's our liability, what's their liability? So, because that's a big piece of this. So I'd like to see the liability piece also be addressed in that. And then I'm okay with us exploring it, definitely.
Okay. Director Ties, I had you and then you put your hand down. Alton took care of it. Okay, Alton took care of you. That's awesome. Thanks, Alton. Next up, Director McMahon.
There was a suggestion that we park this one. I'm just wondering if this is one of the ones that we need to establish right now. Is this a deal breaker? If we wouldn't even look at it? Or is this something that we don't need to look at yet because we don't even know if we've got any kind of a deal going forward?
GM.
Thank you for the question. I think it's probably a revenue stream for the company, so it's part of their pro forma, I suspect. So without the sale of alcohol will impact their revenues. So that's why I brought it forward at this time.
Okay. I think, because once again, this is one of the things in principle that we're saying, and is that what the words you wanted added?
I apologize, Chair, neither one of my computers are working.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so for anybody who's not aware, that is Director Beamish from the town of Gibsons.
With that being said, is this another staffing issue? Would our staff be involved in serving the liquor?
That's a good question, because if that's so, then there's also additional training requirements as well.
Thank you for the question. So I think at this point in time, I just need the permission to explore what that means, because I don't know. It might be that we can get a permit for the building, but someone else can come in and get a particular, they can actually sell during that time. I don't know any of those answers. So because we haven't had to do it before, I do think it's an important aspect that we need to look at and understand what would be required of the SCRD, what would be required of the renter, and all of the nuances behind it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will put this to a vote then, so that the SCRD explore permitting requirements for liquor sales during competitions. All those in favor? Okay, that goes. And sorry, and the liability as well, and any associated liability is added into that as well. I don't think that, no, that's not an issue. Okay. Oh, sir. Okay, great. Thanks, Tara. Tara is looking after us. All right, so we are going to go over to page 38F, and there's a few of the points on here that didn't make it into the table. And so the first one would be submission of a robust business plan outlining the financial sustainability of the society, as well as risk consideration and the contingencies. Any questions on this or comments? Or GM Gagnon? Oh, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, are we also asking for it from the company? Because in here it just says the society. So I don't know if the company side of things is also something we need to be looking at or talking about.
GM Gagnon.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to come back to these staff recommendations in the report that staff didn't necessarily transfer into attachment A. End of a long night. So thank you for the opportunity to entertain these. I think as well, I want to identify that, just to be clear, I don't think submission of a business plan is supporting in principle. I think we are requiring it. So just to be clear on that particular piece. And it's an interesting one because I did get some pushback, not pushback, but I did get some questions from the company when I asked about their pro forma, because in their mind, they don't understand how that is really germane to the SCRD. Because our relationship with the company will be around a lease agreement and then would be around annual ICE permits. So I can certainly go back and ask. I don't think that that's a problem. I just wanted to let you know that that was the original feedback, was that they were trying to understand what the SCRD would want to gain in understanding from seeing their pro forma. So perhaps some conversation around that from the board would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Director Seegers.
Thank you. If they're willing to come in and pay commercial rates for ice, and, you know, inside of this other thing, I don't think we need anything from them. If they're looking for us to make concessions around what they're going to pay, then yes, we need the information from them. So that's, you know, if they're coming in, does that make sense? Like, if you're just going to come in and play commercial rates, then we don't need any financial stuff from you. But if you want concessions from us, then yes, you need to justify why we're going to give them to you.
And yeah, and that's a good point, because this is we're a public entity, and this is a big part of their business case, and that needs to be accessible in some way. Yes.
All right, so I've been looking at these items on 38F. Some of them have been covered off already. Number 2 has been covered off. I think 3 has been covered off. It's on?
Yeah, number 3 has been covered off. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'd started with number 1, and then I was going to go through and
Okay.
say which ones we hadn't covered
I
off
was just
yet.
going to do all the rest of them and make a motion.
Oh, okay. Okay, so keep going then.
I don't think the owner's piece is in.
No, it's not
Okay.
in the table.
So that's one. Guarantees and agreements. Yes, only 2 and 3 are not included, or are already included, sorry. So I would move the rest of the recommendations. So 1, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. Bill, or Director Beamish?
Yeah, in 4, I'd like the owner's representatives to include the town of Gibson's. Yes. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
amend that, please.
Okay, so in owners' representatives appointed by the SCRD and Town of Gibson's? Okay. All right, anything else? Director McMahon?
Oh, just trying to keep up with what we're doing.
Yep.
So we are voting these as conditions. So is this attached to the staff recommendations on page 38A, or are we doing this separately?
We are attaching these as part of attachment A, like part of the table, the same way that we just did the table. They
Gotcha,
just
thanks.
missed the table because of the compressed timeline. So they missed we had just flagged this at the break that these were ones that had been missed. So we wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to talk to them as well. Are there any other comments on item 1, 4, 5, or 6? Okay, so Director Hiltz?
I'm actually on, if we're on bullet, I just have a question on, I've heard this phrase, twinning of the arena in addition of a pool. And I'm going, this is news to me, that we're going to potentially twin an arena and add a pool to it. Where is this coming from? Like, is this part of their proposal, or is, how did those words get on this page? Like, why are we thinking about twinning an arena?
I appreciate the opportunity to provide a response to that. Those are my words, not theirs. And so, once again, I think the board is well aware that we have a few facilities, a couple come immediately to mind, that are getting to the end of their life. We also, for a regional district that serves just over maybe 30,000 people, give or take a few, we have 5 separate recreational facilities, which is quite extensive. There are operational costs that go along with each facility, that there are economies of scale that can be gained by combining facilities. It is rare that facilities are built independently anymore. They're always multi-use facilities where you can get co-generated heat. You can have customer service that can serve the entire facility. So as we look to the future, there is no plan for a twin. There is no plan for an additional ice pool, absolutely. However, I think it would be very short-sighted of us if we do an addition to a current recreational facility that limits our ability to look at options for the future. So I don't know what those options are, but I'm suggesting that this is it's one of our newer ones. So let's not be short-sighted and limit ourselves for something that might come in the future. So there is no plan for it, so I don't want to suggest there is, so I'll own those words. But I will suggest it would be due diligence for us to protect our future opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, Director McMahon?
Here, here.
Director Beamish?
I'm reminded of the conversation when the rec facility was first planned, and one of our counselors at the time, who was an engineer, Bob Curry, had wanted it to be built structurally so that a second floor could be added on, but that didn't happen. And he was very upset about that sort of thing, so we could not add a second floor to that facility.
Interesting. It's that long-term thinking. It's very important. Okay, so any other comments or questions? We've added in Town of Gibson's as an owner's representative. I'm not seeing anything else, so we'll do the yes/no on, I'm going to do the yes/no on all four of these at the same time. So all those in favor? Okay, perfect. None opposed. Great. Okay. You got that, Tara? Yep. All right. Okay, so we're going to go back to the main staff recommendations that are on page 38A. Okay, so Director Ties?
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there, whether we want to add a recommendation that the applicant strongly considers, or that the board suggests that the applicant considers applying for this in 2023 or later, once they have their ducks in a row. That would be my suggestion. I wouldn't put ducks in a row maybe in a recommendation, but that's sort of where I'm leaning to.
Okay. Do you want to propose that as an amendment, or do you want to put it up for a vote or debate it?
Sure, I'll make the motion, but not exactly as I said it, so.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is your recommendation that this be taken back to the applicant or to the society as a oh, now I've lost the wording. Ducks in a row is sticking in my head right now, but Tara, do you have any suggestion on language?
Defer till 2023.
For the potential to defer to 2023.
And that the company defers applying for the Junior B hockey program to 2023 or later.
Okay, I see a seconder from Director Beamish. So any discussion on that? Director Seekers?
Thank you. My understanding in the conversation with the applicants or the group coming forward is they've been working on this for 4 years, and there was never any appetite from the league to consider expansion, and that this is the first opportunity for expansion, and they don't know whether or not this opportunity would even come around again. So we could say that to them, but I don't know where it's going to go.
Oh, okay. So I have Director McMahon, Director Toth, and then Director Beamish. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't support the motion just because I think it's not in keeping with the rest of the recommendations. I think it's kind of contradictory. I too am concerned about the timelines on this. I think it's just unrealistic for us as a local government to do our due diligence on anything that's coming in this screaming hot. And particularly when we have, is it 190 projects on our work plan right now? It's not. And I'm sorry if the local group has been in this situation, but the hockey league is certainly demanding an awful lot. And I find it worrisome, frankly, that they're on such a tight timeline, because it sounds like they're trying to get people to jump before they look too carefully. So, yeah, I'll stop now.
Okay. Director Toth?
Director McMahon, I was hoping you'd go a little longer so I could put some words down a little more eloquently. But yeah, I'm not going to support the motion that they defer this application. I think, you know, it's already been pointed out, the opportunity with the league and with expansion. The society and the company, they're going to go away and they're going to make their presentation. They're going to do what they need to do. And timelines for being able to get the facility online are going to be a part of that. I don't think the construction environment here on the coast right now would even support getting this built that quickly, but I don't know that. And I think that'll be something they'll have to figure out. And they might get approval from the league to start up, but maybe they are deferred a year in joining because of construction delays or coming to agreement with the SCRD. But I don't, yeah, to defer the whole thing for a year, I think would just slam the brakes on it and tear it apart unduly. Thanks.
Director Beamish?
Chair, I know as municipal governments and as SCRD, we know the importance of having shovel-ready projects. And we also learning now that this has been in the plan, works for 4 years. Why are they coming into us 2 months before they have to have an approval? That's the challenge I have. When they could have talked to us, we could have looked at what are the opportunities to have a junior B team, work out a number of these things instead of putting them on the plate at this stage of time as we're all going into summer break. That's the challenge I have. And I'm disappointed to learn that. I would rather have learned that this was an opportunity that they just heard about and let's do it. But shovel-ready projects is the way to go. Continue with the planning. Do the planning, do it over time, get it right, and have a package you can take to a league and said, we have the community solidly behind us on this project.
Director Seekers?
Thank you. When I said they've been talking about it for 4 years, they've been talking about it since 2016 when they had, I mean, you were here for the presentation, so you've heard they had a really, really good community support. They talked about it at that time. There's been no appetite on the part of the league. There's been some recent changes in the league which actually finally opened the opportunity for them. So, yes, if they're not successful at this time, I think you're going to find that they will continue to plan and put things forward. And so that should it come back down the road, that they're ready to step up to it.
Okay, so we do have Director Ties' motion on the floor about asking them to defer to 2023, or defer to 2023. I'm going to call a question on that.
Don't we need a second?
Oh, it has been seconded. It was seconded by Director Beamish. All those in favor of that? I see 3. Those opposed? Motion is defeated. So we're going to go back to the recommendations that we have on page 38A. So the motion there, or the recommendations are that the Sunshine Coast Regional District Board provide direction on what they would be prepared to support in principle at this time, which is the work that we've been doing with the table on pages 38I and J, and also with the bullets on 38F, what we've said yes and no to. And that the SCRD alphabet soup. SCRD board confirm if staff is to continue working on the Sunshine Coast Junior Hockey's, working with the Sunshine Coast Junior Hockey Society and the Sunshine Coast Hockey Group to further the development of the legal documentation required to outline the roles and responsibilities of each party as per the considerations that are supported in principle, and further that any recommendations be forwarded to the June 23rd, 2022 regular board meeting. Are there, I see a speakers list forming here. So Director Ties.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the third point. I'm just wondering at what priority do we want to put this staff continue working with these guys? How many hours do we want to dedicate to this at this point in time when we have priorities that are already on our list that are actually on our work plan.
Jam Gagnon?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the question. I hear you, and usually I'm the first to be rattling off things that need to take a back seat, and there will be things that take a back seat. But I'm also very cognizant that sometimes opportunity arises that are unforeseen, and those opportunities may not come around again. I think of the 2019 Winter Games, exactly where I was 7 years ago, was not on my work plan, but was an opportunity that wasn't going to come around. So although I'm very cognizant of the work this is going to take, and I'm cognizant of the things that are on my work plan, and I'm not able to give you a list of things that will take a back seat today, but there will be things that do. I know that. But I think this is an opportunity that may not come around again. So I hear that there's an appetite to consider it. And so, very different. This is unconventional, and even how we've presented it to you today. This whole thing is very unconventional, but here we are. And sometimes, we just need to do the best that we can do with the information that we have. And so I think if the board agrees that there's enough benefit to pursuing this, then we do so. And as the summer unfolds, then there will be things that are going to take longer, and I might have a better idea of that as time passes and be able to report through quarterly reports or back to the board in other ways of things that are taking longer. But I guess in some ways it's no different than all the staff vacancies that we have right now and everything else. Things are taking longer. But, so the question of the day is there enough benefit to make this worth, is there enough benefit to do it now, to take advantage of the opportunity now? Or not. And I'm sorry that I'm not able to give you better information and dollar values and time commitments, but this is what I have at the moment. And it's all we have to make the decision at this point. There will be more reports that are subsequent, without a doubt. Thank you.
Director Toth?
I've got questions about the recommendations themselves, so I don't know if Director McMahon has comments germane to that, or, yeah, go ahead.
Director McMahon?
Okay, it's just the way the recommendation is phrased. It says that staff continue to work with the hockey group, but it doesn't say when, right? It could be over the next 10 years. So I think it's a little ambiguous in the way that it's worded. Perhaps that's what Director Toth was after too.
We could tighten up the language in regards to the 2022 Junior B hockey proposal. Would that be putting it on the end of that? But Director Toth, I'll go to Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had two questions about the recommendations. Apparently my microphone went off. Thank you, Chair. The questions that I've got were around the large and that block. The way it's worded is very ambiguous, but it's also worded in a way that we could go one way or the other. So I just wanted to confirm that if we were wanting to move this forward, the recommendation should be reading something akin to that the SCRD board confirm that staff is to continue working. So that was the one question I had. And then the other one was relating to the first and that. We're being asked to provide direction on what we'd be prepared to support in principle. And so I'm wondering if the recommendation should be, and that the Sunshine Coast Regional District Board confirms direction on what they would be prepared to support in principle at this time as follows, and then list the table or something abridged. I just wanted to confirm the language. Thank you.
Okay. Jam, I'll go to you for some insight on those.
Thank you. I believe actually I've had discussions with our recorder of the day and she was changing some of the language. The way it was presented in the report yesterday was because I didn't know where we were going. So I don't know if I don't think we have the capability of forecast or casting up to a screen, but I believe the way she was gonna, and I'll look to her to answer when I'm done, but the recommendation was the second point was going to say that the board support in principle the following, and then she was cutting and pasting everything out of the table and those 4 bullets and inserting it at that point. And then the next "and that" would read, "and the board confirms that staff is to continue working." So that's the way that recommendation will be worded and will come back to committee. So I believe that a recorder's done that, but I'll turn it perhaps over to her to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have the second "and that" in that regard would be, does not support in principle the following consideration, which is support in principle the company's exclusive use of the addition of at no cost. So there is another "and that" in there, and then it goes on to the confirms that staff are.
Is that clear? Okay. Now, there was the timeline piece, correct? We had the timeline piece that came up about how long this would be. Yeah, Director Ties, but also Director McMahon was going to comment too, I think.
I think she changed it.
Just, I'll go to Director McMahon first.
Yeah,
and then
I
over to
think your
Director.
suggestion was to add the wording around the 2022 Junior B proposal.
Yeah, just at the end of that.
Sure.
Yeah. Director Ties?
Yeah, I'm actually got my hand up for Director Beamish because he's not on screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, Director Beamish?
As my question had around the amount of effort our staff should be putting into this, considering that they are going to make a decision at the end of August, how much additional information does the league need before they make a decision? And what if that decision at the end of August is no, and our staff have spent their summer trying to support this proposal? So should we be triggered in terms of the effort at the end of August, or do we have to keep on going full steam on some of these issues between now and then?
Thank you for the question. I think, again, as mentioned in the report, one of the things that staff and all the parties need to do is sit down and identify timelines, critical milestones, decisions, who's involved, and really map that out. When I have asked of the society and the company the questions like, well, what happens if, we get a month and a half down the road and we hit something and the board doesn't approve, or what happens if the PGHL doesn't approve, and there's ambiguity there. I think what we know today is before it even launches, they needed to know that the board supported in principle the direction that it was headed. And that was really the first hurdle that needed to be gotten over. Then I have questions around, so what happens if the board's, the PGHL supports it, but the board doesn't? What's the drop dead date that we're splitting the sheets kind of thing? So I need to get confirmation on that because they're not sure either. That the first milestone was, are we even going to get out the gate? And if we can get out the gate, then we can sit down and we can map out some of these broader timelines and critical decision points. And so I can forward that information to the board once we've been able to plot that out and map that out so that you'll have an idea as to when, we'll be back in front of you, perhaps with what decisions. So we do need to map that out for sure. Thank you.
I guess at the end of the day, they may have their presentation on Saturday and get a no on Saturday, or get a yes on Saturday, or get a maybe. There's a lot of yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. All we know is sort of what's on page 2 of the report, that they pitch on Saturday. There will be a site plan or site visit by the PGHL mid-July, and then the PGHL would be making its final decision by mid-August. I think the reality is that I suspect the PGHL won't put out their 2023-2024 season schedule until sometime into 2023. So as long as the schedule is not announced with a new franchise, then that might be a drop deadline. I don't know that for sure. There has to be a contingency plan. If the construction's not done, what are you doing? If you actually join the league in September, are we pulling up portables? Are we, using existing? And those are things that they need to work through as well. So I do understand that the company is working on that contingency plan. That if they do get accepted into league, but they're not quite ready with their facility, what are they going to do? So everybody's busy trying to pull information together. But this was the first one for today. Thanks.
Director Seekers.
Thank you. I think this, if they get a green light that takes them to the next step, I think this will be something that'll be back in front of us quite frequently as we move through the pieces. And, at any point, staff's going to say, no, we don't have the capacity. Yes, we have the capacity. This is what the impact is. And there's going to be lots of times we're going to have to look at that and make some decisions. And it is important for us to find out when is that drop dead date. So very much looking forward to at least a tentative timeline. I know that'll play into the town of Gibson's as well, inside of agreements and leases and all those kinds of things. So there's all kinds of moving pieces at this point. We don't have enough information to, so yes, we're moving forward. We don't know for how long or how far. Thank you for all the work you've done on this. I have to tell you, I've heard from the proponents, and they said they've been thrilled working with you. They're really appreciating your willingness to engage and the insightful questions you're asking. So thank you for what you're doing for the SCRD.
Very much echoed. So thank you, GM Gagnon. Okay, so what we have then, we have those recommendations on page 38A of the report that the Sunshine Coast Regional District Board do not support in principle the company's exclusive use of the addition at no cost, and then that the board supports in principle the other items that on 38I and 38J and 38F bullets 1, 4, 5, and 6 with the amendments as we've discussed. And that the SCRD board confirm that staff is to continue working with the Sunshine Coast Junior Hockey Society and the Sunshine Coast Hockey Group to further the development of the legal documentation required to outline the roles and responsibilities of each party as per the considerations that are supported in principle for the 2022 Junior B hockey proposal. Director Toth.
I'll make those recommendations as
and further that, any recommendations be forwarded to the June 23rd, 2022 regular board meeting.
And that one too.
And
I'll move the recommendations as presented
So
here.
moved and seconded? Seconded, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. Yes.
We need a motion to extend the meeting.
Are we? Oh, my Lord. Okay, may I have a motion to extend the meeting, please? Do we need to put a finite time on that? Okay.
Just that it be extended beyond 3 hours.
The motion to extend beyond 3 hours, so moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you, motion carries. Wow. Yes, Director Beamish.
Chair, in respect to the last item as well, the town of Gibbons will still be looking for some assurance from the other HICE users, facility users, that they understand and they are in agreement with the proposal and how it affects them. And so that we did ask the society to bring someone forward to the town, and I'd like to see that happen. It's not part of the resolution nor part of this, but it is our expectation that the other ICE users will be contacted and indicate their support in writing.
Okay. And dry floor as well? And dry floor as well? Okay. Oh, certainly. GM Gagnon.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that we do have an ice allocation policy. And all the groups are aware of that. And I don't believe that, with the exception of the one supporting principle that the board made today, which was to give priority ice allocation for competitions, I don't believe that you've made a decision today that actually impacts other ice user groups. But that's just the way, my observation anyways. If the town of Gibson's wants to know that there's support in general from all user groups, certainly that's well within their purview. Thank you.
Okay. And then Directors McMahon and Hiltz, would you like your opposition recorded? Yes, please. Thank you. What's that? Just to keep track of how you're thinking. I know, it's been a long meeting. Okay, so moving on, number 12 on our agenda, Annex J, page 39 of the package. This is only a 39-page agenda, plus an addition. So this is from Betty Baxter, Chair of the Coast Car Co-op, regarding electoral areas grants and aid. I think I don't know, it's so long ago, I'm pretty sure we made a motion to receive all communications, but no. Okay, may I have a motion to receive the communications? Thank you. Move seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Director Hiltz?
Thanks. I get, my first question is, I don't recall this thing on the GIA as an application. In our list, we didn't actually have a car co-op when I went through it.
Director McMahon?
I happen to know that it was turned down by staff because it didn't meet our qualifications for grant and aid.
Director Hiltz?
So we didn't actually see it at all then? Okay. So I am wondering, it does, so it was vetted before it got to the board. Could the board at least do a letter of support for the group for the applications that they're doing, right? Because they're using that to apply for other places as leverage. So is that an opportunity just to support it through a letter of support?
Director McMahon?
I have to tread carefully here because I am on the board of the Coast Car Co-op. But
yes,
what the car co-op is asking for is for the SCRD to change the policy around grant and aid to make it available for not-for-profit co-ops. And they have made a similar request to the District of Sechelt.
Mm-hmm.
The town of Gibson's already gave them the grant.
Okay. So maybe do we want to refer this subject back to grant and aid? Grant and aid debrief. Oh, there's our CFO. CFO, would you like to comment on where we should place this question?
Yes, we're not going to be having a GIA debrief. What we would typically have is a resolution to potentially amend the policy or whatnot. So if that is the board wishes, then we would, we can action that as part of a recommendation.
Okay, I'll look to directors to see thoughts on that for rural area grant and aid. So this is the electoral area directors. Director Seekers?
Thank you. I know that in the District of Sechelt, when we put the CIP, Community Investment Program, in place, we actually said Societies Act because that indicated that whoever was coming forward had other bodies that were reviewing the fact that they had financial statements, that they were in good standing, et cetera, and it relieved the burden on our staff. And so this is coming forward to us as well, because what I'm seeing in here is that the information that's required under this other Cooperative Association Act is similar. And so we that's why it was not allowed in ours, because they weren't with the Society Act. But this gives us more information. So that's the background.
Okay. Director Beamish?
Just the town of Gibson's allows for not-for-profit groups to apply, so that's why the difference.
Okay, so what I'd ask then from the electoral area directors, do you want to review this as, or Director McMahon?
Obviously, I would like to see a change in policy, but I'm not very comfortable making that motion. I would prefer that if the other electoral area directors are in favor of it, that somebody else make the motion.
And that's fair enough. I'll look to the other EAs. Yes! Director Hiltz. It's been a long meeting.
Sure. This is the idea of changing our policies to include the asset-locked community service co-ops under this Cooperative Associations Act. So that's so refer it back to staff to consider asset-locked community service cooperatives as designated under Part 11 of the Cooperatives Association Act to review that.
So to refer it back to staff?
Yes.
Not necessarily a change in policy, but to refer it back to staff to look at the potential of bringing in those types of organizations under the Cooperative Association Act as well, under our grant and aid policy.
Close enough.
Okay, Tara, is that clear? Electoral area directors, is that clear? Okay. Director McMahon?
Personally, and something of a conflict of interest here, but I'd rather just change the policy because the number of nonprofit co-ops on the Sunshine Coast is fairly small. I don't actually know how many there are. Most of the co-ops are not in fact registered nonprofit co-ops. They are regular co-ops, but perhaps there's a rescue here.
CFO?
No, it's, I would advocate that staff have an opportunity to respond and provide some more information to the board for consideration as part of contemplating. One of the things we haven't done as staff, and this is where originally some years ago we did seek legal opinion on cooperatives in nature. So we just want to further reach out and understand if, for instance, cooperatives, if they decide at some point to change their status, how the committee would be able to verify those types of facets. So at this point, we're just being told that we are registered and there is some wording from the cooperative. But I think from just finding out how we would keep track of this, because we know for certain that not-for-profits have some very clear guidance on those types of things, but there would be much more of this. So there's nothing stopping a cooperative. That's where they have the flexibility to decide if they want to be profitable or for profit for some other benefits or reasons. So again, just being mindful of the implications of modifying a policy to allow for certain types of different groups and how the board would like to entertain those types of things. So things like social enterprises, for example, are the other types of groups that have been requesting grants in the past and so have not been, because of course social enterprise can also generate profit, for instance. So I would just suggest that staff come back and we sort of contemplate and get more further advice as what the implications would be.
Okay, and I would support it going back to staff first before it comes back to board, or before doing a policy shift. So I've got Director Hiltz's motion. Did you want to speak more to it? I don't have a seconder for it yet.
Yeah, in terms of, like, I guess this is the first time I've heard that staff will prevent an application from coming to the GIA because we receive them in closed meeting. So my obvious question is, are there others that are falling into the category that we're not seeing as staff are vetting them through the policy? So is there a way for us to, as part of this review, for them to come forward and tell us how it is, part of the process of the vetting? And do we find out which ones are not? Because I'm suspecting it's not many, but that's to kind of flesh out how many groups this might affect. I guess that's where I'm going.
CFO? We got you on mute.
As part of the grant and aid process, we did identify that there were a number of applications that either didn't meet legislative requirements, meaning the board couldn't contemplate it, such as they couldn't be granted funds through grant and aid. So those applications weren't processed through to the directors. And so those were identified as part of the grant and aid process.
Terrific. Okay, Director McMahon?
I think Director Hiltz actually does raise an interesting question, and this is a changing landscape. Like the B Corps, the legislation has changed, and yeah, there's an increasing number of groups that are seeking different legal umbrellas to operate under for projects and so forth. So reluctantly, I agree.
Okay. All right. Oof. Goodness. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I'm sensing that Director Lee will second that for me. Thank you, Director Lee. And are there any other comments on that? Seeing none, electoral area directors only. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Great. Okay, new business. Oh my. Director McMahon, corporate GHG emission targets. Over to you.
Thank you. So sorry, I feel like I'm at the end of a very, very long meeting. However, as you all know, I recently went to a climate conference, also attended by Director Kroll from Gibsons. The Clean BC Roadmap states that substantial new and sustained action is required by all parties, including local governments, to meet BC's net zero commitment. That commitment, which is based on targets set by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to avoid catastrophic climate change, is 50% GHG emissions reduction by 2030 and 100% GHG emissions reduction by 2050. And those are based on the baseline year of 2007. The SCRD has some ancient target for reduction of corporate GHG emissions, but it comes nowhere near to addressing the current crisis. I cannot see any reason why we simply can't step forward right now and adopt the BC's net zero commitment as our corporate commitment. I'm only talking about our corporate emissions because the community emissions is a much more complex issue. It's largely outside of our control, and indeed our sustainability manager is in a process right now of having the community conversation about those emissions. But I just want to say that we don't have any policies or process around calculating GHG emissions associated with infrastructure projects. For instance, the ferry bathtub, there was no GHG emissions in that report. We don't have any way of looking at embedded GHGs, and we don't look at the ongoing operational GHGs associated with any of these projects that even Church Road Wellfield, which is absolutely necessary, but it will have a GHG cost going forward. It increases our footprint. So we need to embed this in the way our organization runs. And if we don't have the tools to calculate these emissions, because admittedly this is pretty new territory, then it would be the job of our board to go to the province and get their support to give us the tools that we need to do the work that they have mandated. So I'm just going to finish by saying that when we were elected, back when we were all bright and bouncy and we made a fervent commitment that we weren't going to kick nasty problems down the road for future boards. And I think in general, we've done pretty well on that, but we lost our way on this one. And there's just been so much come at us the last couple of years that we really haven't taken the responsibility that we should in this area. And it's actually probably the largest responsibility we have. So that is my motion to set the SCRD's corporate GHG emissions target at 50% reduction by 2030 and 100% reduction by 2050.
Okay, and I see it seconded by Director Ties. So I'll open that up for discussion. Director Seegers and then Director Toth.
Thank you. I like the direction. I don't know what the impact is on staff. Like you indicated, do we know how to calculate it? You know, how do we calculate what's been embedded? And what about the ongoing operations? So I'm in support of that, but I'd like to hear back from staff because that will determine our next steps. Do we need to put budget behind this? You know, what do we write to the province? So I think there's a little more information we need to get. And I get we've got an election coming this fall and we want to get something moving forward. So I don't know if I'm in favor of adopting them right now because I don't know how we'd actually action them. And so then I would look to staff for some further information.
I don't, okay, GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. So this is context for the committee's discussion, but following a stepwise approach that was approved early in this board's term, staff have, including a position that was supported by this board, have been working on corporate emission reduction planning. And in October of last year, a report called Corporate Carbon Neutrality Framework was advanced, and that has us preparing a report in the fourth quarter of this year on a carbon neutrality plan. Carbon neutrality is not the same as emissions reduction, but noted in that report was that carbon neutrality is not the same as emissions reduction and doesn't address the principle of responsibility. Plus, it costs money to purchase offsets, and that will only increase as the cost of offsets per ton increases. And also in the budget process this year, the board supported additional emission quantification support, and staff are in the process of lining that up, along with improved budget documents following from the budget process debrief, so that this year's budget can be an improvement over last, including more rigorous quantification. So I don't know if that addresses the entirety of the concerns that the director is raising, but in terms of the starting point for where the organization is now, that's our jumping off point. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Hall. I will go to Director Toth next.
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree that this is important, but it's a very large item at the end of a very long agenda, and we still have another meeting after this to get through. I also have concerns about the implication. How many staff do we need to manage this? You know, what are the costs of these offsets, software to track it, you know, things like that. I'm going to keep my remarks short, but I can't support it at this time. Thank you.
Okay, now I see Director Tice's hand up, but I'm assuming that's for Director Beamish, because his, nope, okay.
He's on his own.
Okay, well then, turn your microphone off, please.
Your mic is on.
Your mic is on, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I like the motion, but I'm seeing now that there are some implications to staff that I hadn't thoroughly thought through. So I'm wondering if we can amend it that maybe in this fall report that staff is already preparing, that staff come back to us with some sort of an idea as to what a plan might look like with the targets that we have, with the targets for the BC framework that Director McMahon suggested would look like. And then that way we can maybe start looking at that in that with that lens.
Okay, so your suggested amendment would be that, so Director McMahon's, yeah, can we hear what's on the floor first? Please, Director McMahon's motion. And then Director Ties is suggesting maybe amending it to this fall.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I got ahead of the game. Recommended that the Sunshine Coast Regional District reduce corporate greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and 100% by 2050.
I actually said that we adopt the Clean BC roadmap targets, which is a slightly different thing. It's a target. We have no idea whether it's how feasible it is or how we would get there. But if we don't have the goal, then we're not even started. And it's only 8 years to 2030. We have a responsibility to make these moves. The board said we were going to be bold, and we're being bold about community centers and hockey teams, and we're not being bold about what really matters, frankly, which is our carbon emissions on this planet. So that's my view.
Okay, Director Seegers?
First of all, I don't know who's going to vote on this. Corporate would be all of us, potentially? Yes, okay. All right, so I like the idea of setting the goal out. But I'm wondering if we could change the wording somewhat and have it that we request staff report back to us on how we can reach those goals. Because then they can come back and give us the direction to get there.
Okay, I have Director Lee and Director Beamish, but I'm going to go to Director McMahon first for a comment, please.
Yeah, I didn't have any further direction than that because I think that is going to take some thinking and consideration on the part of staff, and I wouldn't even start to direct them on how they're going to get there. But I thought just we're supposed to be the big picture. Let's set the goals. That's my view.
Director Lee and then Director Beamish.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not in favor of voting on something I don't fully understand, and I don't know if it's possible. And we were quite bold when we funded an entire position simply to advise us on these matters. And I believe that we shouldn't be preempting that process, leaping in the top and issuing directives from top down. I think we should ask staff the experts in staff, to give us a little advice on how to get there. So that's, I like the idea, but I definitely want more time to think about it, and I definitely would like to get some staff recommendations on it before I start issuing an edict and a target. So that's my thoughts on it.
Director Beamish and then Director Ties.
Yeah, what he said, I agree. That was my point exactly. I mean, it's great. We all go to these conferences. We just can't come back with resolutions and change the world. We need to go through process. We have staff to advise us. We had the presentation by Raf at our council the other day. Council is very pleased with the information that's being generated. This is a bit more the direction, and I think that we need to just give respect to staff and ask them to go back and say, look, what about this? And come back to us on that. So thank you.
Director Ties?
Yeah, the issue I have with the two last comments is that I don't think staff is all that forthcoming in asking for more resources to actually get to somewhere where maybe I don't know, maybe they would recommend that we try to adopt the BC, whatever it is they're called, the targets. But that being said, I think I think it is still our role to set the goals, and then for staff to come back to us and tell us, well, if you guys want those goals, this is what we'll need, and not the other way around. Staff shouldn't be telling us these should be our goals, and this is where we should be headed. So I agree with the Director McMahon that we should set that target, and then staff can come back to us and tell us what it's going to take.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, I wasn't back. You remember when we had the climate emergency debate? I wasn't very favorable to that at the time for a couple reasons. One was the confusion of the word emergency, because we do have the power to have a state of emergency, which is something different, but also because it was kind of vague to me. It didn't tell me what we were going to do with that, you know. But this, to me, gives us a concrete goal. And if we can't achieve this goal in a country this prosperous, then we are truly in trouble as a planet. And, you know, it's incumbent upon us who have enjoyed the resources and who enjoy a really high standard of living to take responsibility for our part in this global climate emergency.
GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Just sitting at the staff table and listening to the comments, it seems to me I'm hearing that there's a connection between a desire to have a target and a desire to understand the implications of it. We have work underway to bring forward a plan. So if it's helpful as a suggestion, a referral of these targets as specific points of analysis within the work that staff are already undertaking, I don't think that would dramatically increase or change the scope of the work that is happening right now. And at some point later this year, order of magnitude costs and sort of a shape and form of what change would be required to eliminate about 600 tons of CO2 equivalent by 2030 can be in front of the committee with an understanding of the financial, social, and environmental implications of doing that. And I think about things like writing off equipment that might have a useful life that ends in 2032. So as an example of something that would be an interesting decision point to interrogate a little further. So with that kind of information in front of the committee, perhaps things would be easier. Thanks.
Can I, Director Seegers?
I like the wording. I have no idea what you said. It kind of came in and went, but I know it's on the recording. Basically what you're saying is you want us to refer these targets to staff to incorporate into the work that's being done and bring that back to show us how the cost and how we actually get there. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Director, except I wasn't wanting that. It was just not that I don't want that. And obviously,
but we can action it. Yes.
Obviously, staff are supportive of taking action on priorities. Just offered for the committee's consideration. Thank you.
Director McMahon?
I could take that as a friendly amendment, perhaps, or I don't know. I'll let somebody else figure out the process. We're all getting a bit punchy here.
Oh, I was punchy at the beginning of the day, so.
That's true. I'm just going to point out that we have made a bunch of decisions recently that go 10 years or more, right? And so if we are going to change direction, we have to change direction now. And as long as a staff report would be coming back in time to inform the 2023 budget process, then I think that we can all get on the same page here.
Okay. So we don't do friendly amendments, we do actual amendments. So Director Seegers made that as an amendment, and I heard Director McMahon second that amendment. Is everyone clear on what the amended motion, or the amendment, the proposed amendment is in Director Seeger's voice? Okay, and Tara will read that back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For clarity, staff report to a future committee in Q3 of 2022 with a plan, capacity, and the timing required to reach the Clean BC roadmap targets of reducing corporate greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay.
I don't think that's exactly what we're looking for. We're looking to refer, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. The synergy and the efficiency would be the back part of that, but referred to the existing corporate carbon neutrality plan work scheduled for Q4 2022. Thank you.
Terrific. Director McMahon?
So we are referring the Clean BC goals to the
Yes.
corporate work currently underway.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Okay, great. So we have that amendment on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. The amendment passes. So I'm going to call the question on the amended motion. Everyone clear? All those in favor? Those opposed? Director Toth, would you like that recorded? Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is the end of our open agenda, and I have understood from staff that the in-camera item, we can refer that back to committee of the whole, or to the next committee of the whole? Yes, so the staff has suggested it can go to committee of the whole. Do you want it at board today or committee of the whole? Oh, sorry, where's CFO Perot?
Yeah, I believe that we need a resolution to formally refer that particular item, because we actually have an agenda item. So it's just to formally refer and make documentation that where that item and agenda item is going to go.
Yep, I will do that for you, I promise. Okay, I'll just get clarity from staff though. Do you want it at board this afternoon, or do you want it at a future committee of the whole? Or to a specific committee of the whole, which would be July the 9th? 14th, sorry.
Yes, Chair. The next committee of the whole on July 14th.
Is it July? The next committee of the whole? Okay, but we'll put it specifically in the motion so staff knows where it's going. Okay, so if I can have a resolution or a motion, please, for the in-camera agenda to be referred to committee of the whole on July 14th, please. So moved, seconded, all those in favor? Thank you very much. I am going to call for a motion to adjourn, and then I will ask if there's any questions from the audience. So motion to adjourn, please. The longest committee meeting ever. Thank you. Move seconded. All those in favor. Motion carries. That was a marathon. Okay. No. Connie, you are a trooper for staying with us. Do you have any questions? Oh, and also, we're waiting, we were going to go to board at 3 o'clock, but we're at 3:22 right now, so I'm thinking it's probably going to be, yeah, staff, there's a lot to turn over, so I'm imagining it's going to be 4 o'clock, isn't it, by turnover, about 4 o'clock before we can, okay. Yeah, so it'll be 4 o'clock, tentatively 4. Do I have to say anything? We're just starting late. Okay, well then I won't give it a time. We're just starting late. I don't know. Okay. All right, Connie, do you have any questions? Anyone else have any questions? It's like a podcast probably on in the background all day long, right? Okay, bye everyone. Yeah.